Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us. I request everyone to please put your cameras on. Good morning, Sir Vadati. How are you?
I'm all right, thank you.
Good morning, Janvai. Sir Shepo, could you please let us know about your country?
Are you talking to me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes. I'm from Oman. Originally, I'm from Iran. I'm participating on behalf of Sultan Qaboos University.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the information.
Yeah.
Hello, ma'am Nike Mochai. Hello, how are you? You're not audible now. Please unmute your mic. You are not audible now. I think your mic is not working. No, you are not audible. Hello, well. I request you please put your cameras on.
Yeah, hi, hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. Good morning. And about the camera, I have issue with my camera.
Okay. Hello, Jan Chang. How are you?
Pretty well, thank you.
What's the weather in your country right now?
It's pretty hot and sunny today.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the information.
Thank you.
Hello, ma'am Doa. How are you?
Hi, how are you? Good morning.
Hello, sir Andre. Please put your cameras on. Hello, sir Arthur McNeil. How are you?
Hello, I'm very well in very, very heavy rain in Thailand.
We are so glad to have you all here. Okay, so everyone has joined the conference. So let's begin with our conference. So I would like to welcome you all to the Eurasia Research Online Live International Conference, 16th November 2022. So today we have participants from the various countries around the world: Thailand, Philippines, Malaysia, Taiwan, Vietnam, the Netherlands, United Kingdom, India, Iraq, Oman. We are broadcasting this online conference on Facebook Live on multiple pages of Eurasia Research. The links for the live sessions are shared in the chat box. So we are so glad to have these distinguished participants from the various parts of the world that are Dr. Arthur McNeil from Thailand, Ma Victoria Magion from Philippines, Dr. Mohammad Norazmi bin Nordin from Malaysia, Nikhil Wallet Uchai from Scotland, Dr. Rebecca Natarajan from UK, Tu Van Nguyen from Vietnam, Andrew Wall, the Netherlands, Doa Al-Dhlami from Iraq, Jen Wang from Taiwan, Well Eslami, UK, and Shepu Wadati Nezat from Oman. Please allow me a moment to introduce Eurasia Research in a nutshell. With over more than 1 million satisfied members and associates spread across the globe, Eurasia Research is a scholarly association who have been working for nearly a decade. Eurasia Research has organized several successful international conferences, workshops, and training programs at various reputed institutions and grand venues. Eurasia has been tirelessly working for research world and have not stopped their endeavors during COVID era and have presented research community with online platforms which has safe and convenient method to continue their passion. We are an international community of researchers, practitioners, students, and educationists who aim to bring together worldwide researchers and professionals, encourage intellectual development, and to create opportunities for networking and collaboration. These objectives are achieved through academic networking, meetings, conferences, workshops, projects, research publication, academic awards, and scholarship. We provide scholarship to deserving candidates to promote students and research scholars to participate in the international conference. Young research scholarship is provided in the form of a full registration fee waiver. We have vast experience of publishing papers for more than 7 years. Our associated journals publish original papers, review papers, conceptual framework, analytic and simulation models, case studies, empirical research, and technical notes and book reviews. We cater to more than 30 plus teams in the area of teaching and education and have registered ISSN and have followed renowned indexing, Google Scholar, Crosscheck, Authenticate, Crossref, the Keepers Registry, Script, Portico, Road, Director of Open Scholarly Resources, OAI PMH, Registered Data Provider, PKB Index. We will soon be applying for Scopus too. We have a wide networking of 100 plus internationally acclaimed keynotes across the globe who share their knowledge and guidance with our participants with open hands. We have a large number of community members and advisors who support us, guide us through their expert opinions and research making capabilities. We couldn't have thought of reaching here without them. We also encourage our participants to connect with more than 50K plus followers on our social media platform, where they can share their research interest. I request everyone to please join our Facebook page and to be the part of discussions by researchers and academicians. We also provide several collaborations and with universities, colleges, and institutes to better serve all interested and like-minded intellectuals. With great enthusiasm and pride, we would like to announce our latest project, which is the Terra Fellow program in education. The programs offer an opportunity to learn the key concepts and latest trends in the teaching industry from academic stalwarts. We would like to share some of the past experience with you. Thank you for your patience and valuable time moving forward with the conference. So today I'm your host, Ms. Vartika Jain. So let's welcome our SSHRA President, Associate Professor Marek Mathujan, Department of Entrepreneurship and Industrial Policy, Faculty of Management, Lords and Polit. Our first eminent speaker is Dr. Y. Samuel P. Wesley, Associate Professor and Head of the Department of History at Srimati Chandibai Himatmal Manuskani College, Ulsananagar, India. Our second eminent speaker is Associate Professor Katalin Liptak, PhD in Economics, Dr. Ayur, Associate Professor, Head of Department, Vice Dean, University of Nicol, UK Faculty of Economics, Department of Labour Market and Policy, Hungary. So today's conference schedule is session 1 is for keynote talk, session 2 is for technical talk, and session 2 is for technical talk, session 3 is for team activity and photo session. Now, I request everyone rename your Zoom account with your full name in English. This will help us to record your presence. You may ask your questions related to the presentation in the chat box while the presentations are going on. All the certificates and receipts and proceedings will be sent to the participant within the week on their mail IDs. The proceedings will include all the full papers and abstract accepted for the conference. So, let me share what Dr. Marek Matuja wants to share with us.
Hello everyone, my name is Marek Matejun, originally associated with the University of Łódź, Poland. I am the president of Social Science and Humanities Research Association. On behalf of my colleagues, advisory board and our members, it is a pleasure and an honor to welcome you to our international community. Social Science and Humanities Research Association, SSHRA, is promoted by Eurasia Research and aims to bring together worldwide researchers and professionals, encourage intellectual development, and create opportunities for networking and scientific collaboration in the field of social science and humanities. These objectives are achieved through academic networking, meetings, workshops, projects, scientific publication, academic awards, and scholarships. We create wonderful opportunities for sharing knowledge, research results, and discussion at our interdisciplinary conferences organized in Asia, Europe, and Africa, International Conference on Social Science and Humanities, as well as at the International Conference on Business, Economics, Language, Law, and Psychology. We closely cooperate with internationally recognized universities and research organizations as our institutional partners. For our members, we offer inspiring scientific events, team-building activities, strong social media platform for networking, young researcher scholarships, as well as opportunities for publications in international journals. The driving force behind our success is the diversity of members and international advisory board who provide inspiration, ideas, efforts, and drive collaborations. Scholars, researchers, professionals, academic teachers, and students are warmly invited to become a member of SSHRA and join our ever-growing network, working for the benefit of research and society with the spirit of knowledge sharing, mutual respect, and growth. Following these values, we kindly invite you to join our community and collaboration with us. As a member of SSHRA, you will be a part of progressive, comprehensive research association and play an absolutely essential role in helping us to enrich our scientific activities, maintain our long-standing commitment to the development of social science and humanities, and enhance our global impact. Thank you, and welcome to SSHRA International Community. Connect, collaborate, and co-create an outstanding future with us.
Thank you, Professor Marek, for the wonderful words. Now let's see what Samuel wants to share. Okay, let's see what Dr. Samuel wants to share with us.
My name is Dr. Samuel Wesley. So I am the Associate Professor and Head of the Department of History at Srimati CHM College, that is in India. And my PhD thesis was on women's studies. So I specialize in gender studies and theological history. So I completed my PhD on women's studies and minor research projects on theological history. So that is my academic profile. So I'm heading the department and in charge of foundation course also and coordinator for travel and tourism in the college. Physical presence and attending offline does make a big difference. But in COVID period, social distancing had to be maintained. So virtual platform was a very good alternative to continue research, to attend a conference, to interact with diverse speakers, to interact with them and just get a chance to see their research. So it was a good online experience. It was a good alternative. The virtual platform was a good alternative.
Yes, sir. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the opinion, sir. Now, would you like to suggest or encourage your friends or family to attend the conference of Eurasia Research?
Yes, definitely, madam. Eurasia Research conference was very well organized, very prompt, right from the beginning. Yes, yourself and all the organizers and Dr. Flora Charles was very prompt in her communication right from the beginning. And I had the opportunity of attending and listening to President Dr. Marek Matayun and many others there from the international fraternity. Definitely, I would encourage to attend the Eurasia conferences, especially those who cannot travel, women or the aged senior citizens, or those are multiple responsibilities. The online Eurasia conferences are very well organized. Definitely, I will encourage my friends to and colleagues to attend this conference. Eurasia Research conference was very well organized, very prompt, right from the beginning. Yes, yourself and all the organizers and Dr. Flora Charles was very prompt in her communication right from the beginning. And I had the opportunity of attending and listening to President Dr. Marek Matayun and many others there from the international fraternity. Definitely, I would encourage to attend the Eurasia conferences, especially those who cannot travel, women or the aged senior citizens, or those are multiple responsibilities. The online Eurasia conferences are very well organized. Definitely, I will encourage my friends to and colleagues to attend this conference. It was very well organized, and right from the beginning, communication was very prompt. Everything was on time, started on time. The resources were given on time. Information was given on time, and there was no delay or no lag. And very well organized. I got a chance to interact with the international fraternity and get a chance to see their research as well. Very enriching experience. That is my positive feedback of the conference.
Thank you.
I wish you this kind. Good day.
Okay, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Samuel, for your kind words. Now let's move on to the next. Let's see what Professor Catalan wants to share with us.
Good morning. My name is Katalin Liptek. I am an associate professor and head of department and vice dean for education at the Faculty of Economics, University of Miskolc in Hungary. I am an economist, but I have a juris degree. My research field are regional labor market processes, regional economics, and sometimes I deal with a small labor law. I am currently researching the evaluation and development of the labor market and the changing labor market processes, as well as the social and solidarity economies. I am a member of the Hungarian Regional Science Association. I am a member of the editorial board of North Hungarian Strategic Booklet and editor-in-chief of Socialis series in Social Science Journal. I received yesterday 3 years of research scholarship from the Hungarian Science Academy called Bóvai János Research Scholarship, so I am now very happy. I believe that COVID pandemic in 2020 and last year has changed our lives in many ways. Online conferences has become more and more popular and have used ever since. Adapting to this new environment is a key element, I think. I remember attending my first online conference in spring in 2020. I was very nervous about the technical conditions. It was a very strange situation for me. It was strange to give a presentation without seeing the faces and the reactions of the researchers. I soon got over that, and the following conferences didn't cause such excitement. I had to get used to the new environment. I think that Eurasia Research conferences has always been very easy to manage on Zoom platform. Perhaps coffee break discussions cannot replaced by online conferences, but the team activity discussion you have introduced has tried to make up for this. I think it was a great. There are many advantages to online conferencing. For those who don't like to travel so much, it's a great option. Not to mention the time factor. I spent half of my day at an online conference, for example, in Asia or in America, and the afternoon with my Hungarian students. This is, I think it's perfect. And including travel, it would take several days. It's a joke to tell my family after an online conference that the flight came quickly, so I back home again. But of course, I wasn't on the plane that day. I joined online to the conference. I'm happy to recommend and encourage my younger colleagues to participate in online conferences, as presenting results is an important part of academic life. Fortunately, my colleagues are also very active, so we have participated in dozens of online conferences over the past years, and we enjoyed it very. The conferences you organize always follow a very precise and punctual schedule. There are no delays and no overlong participant presentation. Everyone is very disciplined and attentive to the framework. And as I mentioned before, I think team activity is a great idea, and you always choose topics that are interesting for everyone, great less of discipline, and that everyone can contribute to. And they have a good atmosphere at your conferences. I enjoyed always.
Good morning, everyone.
Thank you, Ma'am Katalin, for your kind words and praising us. We are so glad to have you all. Now let's move on to the conference. Moving ahead with the publication process. The publication process starts once the registration process is complete. The author needs to send their papers, consent forms, and reviewer details on the email ID convener@eurasiaresearch.info. The review reports will be sent to the author once the review process is over. The stage final of publication starts after the receiving the revised paper from the authors. Proceedings, certificates, and receipts will be shared after the conference. Please note that the publication process takes around 50 days after the conference date if all the editorial guidelines are followed within the given deadlines. Now, let's welcome our first keynote speaker for the conference, Dr. Arthur McNeil, PhD, Dissertations and MA, Department of Education, Society, Institute of Science, Innovation and Culture, Rajamangala University of Technology, Trandap, Bangkok, Thailand. And his topic is English medium instruction in the humanities and social science over reliance on the traditional essay. Dr. Arthur McNeil supervises PhD dissertations and MA thesis at the Department of Education and Society, Institute of Science, Innovation and Culture, Rajamangala University, Technology, Krantap. Before moving to Thailand in 2017, he was director of the Center for Language Education and Associate Dean of Humanities and Social Science at the Hong Kong University of Science and Technology. Previous appointments include Associate Professor of Education Studies at Hong Kong Baptist University and Head of TESOL at Edinburgh University's Moray House of School of Education. Among his recent publications are the co-edited book Working in the Second Language Acquisition and Processing, multilingual matters. Now let's see what he wants to share with us.
Everyone. I'm delighted to be part of today's programme, and I'm very grateful to Dr. Charles and Eurasia Research for including me. The topic I've chosen relates to language, teaching and assessment, so I hope that parts of it will be of interest to everyone. The title of the paper is English Medium Instruction, EMI, in the Humanities and Social Science, Over-Reliance on the Traditional Essay. I'll divide the talk into 4 sections. We'll begin by talking a little bit about the spread of EMI and some of its implications. Secondly, look at the essay and why it is so popular and has been popular for generations of students and faculty. Thirdly, whether we can learn something from genre-based approaches to education, which might in some way reduce our reliance on the traditional essay, and finally some implications for language teachers and content teachers who all contribute to the same programs. Now, EMI has been regarded as a global phenomenon. This is Julie Dearden's book, which was commissioned by the British Council. Dearden focuses on English in the following way. So the interest is in the global shift of English being taught as a foreign language to English being used as a medium of instruction for other academic subjects. And just to highlight the scale of EMI as a phenomenon, I'm going to take a definition of EMI from Ernesto Macaro, who is from Oxford University's Centre for Research and Development in EMI, a whole centre which is set up because the phenomenon has stimulated an enormous amount of interest and research. The definition: EMI, the use of the English language to teach academic subjects other than English itself in countries or jurisdictions in which the majority of the population's first language is not English. So that means that I'm going to be talking about EMI in Asia, but many of you are probably familiar with the spread of EMI, particularly in continental Europe. I'm based in Thailand, and just some statistics from about EMI there. What I've put on the screen refer to international schools. So students aged 3 to 18. 205 international schools in the country. That has doubled in the last 10 years. More than half of the students attending are Thai students. And a separate topic of great interest is why the parents of those children decide to send them to international schools rather than to local schools. But in Bangkok alone, there are 118 schools, and these include the so-called what are they called? The premium schools, big names like Rugby School, King's School, Regent. They're all represented. Now, when we look at who teaches in EMI institutions, and here I mean universities as well as schools, we have the content teachers who are experts in a particular subject. They're using English to teach their subject, and we have English teachers who are there to help with the students to cope with the English medium delivery. Now, do the content teachers pay attention to students' English language development? We know that in many cases they do. We have language across the curriculum, close collaboration between the content teacher and English experts, but in many schools, many universities, there's very little collaboration between the two types of teacher. Let's just ask ourselves a little bit about English teachers for a moment. What type of English language expertise do English teachers possess? Well, here we find an enormous range. I've identified, let's say, 4 groups of English teachers. The first are what we call the L1 English teachers, the teachers who teach English to native English-speaking children, and they often would be the people who teach English literature A-level, and also language, assuming that the students are native speakers already. Now, the other groups are people who are specializing in teaching English to non-native speakers. We have what we often call the ESL teacher. They're teaching English as a second language, and usually looking at quite general aspects of the language, like perhaps teaching grammar, teaching pronunciation, things like that. Then we have what the international schools tend to call the EAL teacher, English as an additional language. And this group of teachers are meant to be supporting the main curriculum taught by other teachers. And then we have what we associate with university teaching, English for academic purpose teachers, who teach academic English, certainly teaching right up to the writing of a PhD thesis and the oral defense of the thesis. Now, the EAP world, I think, has undergone an enormous change in the last 20 years, moving away where we traditionally associate EAP with preparing students for an IELTS test. Nowadays, EAP teachers are looking at things like students' identity, how the student becomes a member of a discourse community, and having much closer collaboration with the subject teachers. Now, the EMI that we were referring to really targets these EAL teachers who are somewhere between the general ESL teacher and the highly specialized EAP teacher. So, are they familiar with, and those of you who have backgrounds in Europe will probably be asking yourselves, where is CLIL? CLIL stands for Content and Language Integrated Learning, which has become the dominant approach to foreign language teaching in European countries. Now, we'll come back to that in a moment. Let's talk for a little bit about the essay. This document, this assessment, whatever we call it, which for generations has dominated the curriculum. Now, I am going to cast the essay in this talk in the role of a villain, which may have prevented learners, prevented teachers from considering perhaps other approaches that might help the students more with English and their academic careers. In defense of the essay, what I'm going to quote from a university website in the UK. This is, I think, from a geography. It was published in a geography journal. Who writes essays, and why write essays? And the author offers 3 reasons. We're told that essay writing is an important part of studying for a degree for 3 reasons. Number 1, increases understanding, helps the process of learning because it pushes you, i.e. the student, amongst other things, to clarify and sort out ideas and information, analyze source materials, and exercise critical judgment. So this justification is expressed in terms of students' academic performance. Their academic learning will be enhanced through their experience of writing essays, and this obviously is what many people believe. Secondly, we're told that the essay develops writing skills, such as the ability to structure an argument, capacity to write lucidly, clearly, and persuasively. Well, certainly, if your students are writing essays every week, they're getting plenty of practice in writing, and that is obviously good for their writing ability. The third one tells us about the assessment that the tutors give you. Particularly the feedback on your progress will be very valuable. Now we know, certainly from research in process writing, that student writing, getting feedback on it and writing again is enormously beneficial, as is feedback in second language acquisition generally. Yeah, this was Journal of Geography in Higher Education Study Guide, but quite a recent one. So this is contemporary positions. Now, turning to the genre now, which genre should students be familiar with? Now, if we Google this, we get lots of agreement. Most people say the genre really are essay, indeed, where no one is saying forget the essay, but we're reminded that many students have to write reports, particularly lab reports. They may have to read and write case studies, reviews, particularly book reviews, reflective diary we're trying to make people more reflective, both teachers and learners, and the diary, going home and writing down, asking you to think about what you learned on the day, is very much part of reflective practice. So many students are required to write their reflections down. Posters, perhaps a relatively new academic text, now with poster presentations popular not only at conferences but also in the teaching of subjects, that students will have to summarize something on a poster and defend it to the rest of the class. Research proposals, now going on up to university level, the proposal as a document, the thesis itself, obviously at a very high level, is a document that needs to be written, and abstracts, which people probably read a lot before they actually have to write them. Journal articles. Well, we know that students will read journal articles, but now with the increasing popularity of PhD by publication, many students, particularly in sciences, are encouraged to conduct an experiment, write it up in the form of a journal article and have it accepted for publication at a top journal. And then once you've got several journal articles, this can form the basis for your PhD submission. Now, probably leaving the genre aside, probably when we're thinking about what students should be writing and how we can help them, we should look at the functions, and these could be arranged in this way. Probably one of the more basic functions will be just giving a description, learning how to describe something. It might be a piece of equipment, it might be something physical like a work of art. Summarizing is obviously something which children do a lot in their secondary schools, but they probably find it a very valuable skill in university also. Explanations, giving an explanation of how something works. It might be explaining a conceptual framework, it might be explaining how a piece of equipment works. Analysis, breaking things down into detail is an important skill which students have to learn. Comparisons, a more popular one that they start doing that certainly in secondary education. Discussions, not only the discussion section of the thesis, but being able to talk and write in a discursive way about ideas it will be part of something which needs to be learned. Recommendations, perhaps towards the end of a report or towards the end of the thesis. Persuasion, we know one of the great claims that the essay makes, that it is part of persuasive writing and persuading the reader to come round to your point of view. So I think it's helpful to keep the functions in mind when we choose the genre for reading and or for reproduction. I'd just like to draw on some of the claims that are made by the genre-based pedagogy for saying how much more are students expected to learn when they adopt a genre-based approach. These are ideas from Ken Highland. There are about 7 of them. Explicit, that a genre-based approach makes clear what is to be learned. That means that the language is regarded, the form of the work is as important as the content, and students learn how to talk about it. They learn probably some meta language to talk about structure and emphasis, registers, things like that. Systematic, because there's a framework which combines language with particular contexts. Needs-based, the genre-based approach starts with the learner's needs. We know that a lot of the genre which people learn to read and write when they're studying are very useful when they go into the workplace. Now, the same cannot be said for the essay. Supportive, another claim is that this stuff is all very exciting, and it helps teachers to stimulate students' learning and creativity, particularly by exploring the boundaries between genre. And they certainly provide patterns of text which does, as they claim, put the students in control, because the student chooses the genre, they know what the language characteristics are of that genre, and then they feel that they're in charge. Critical, provides access to resources, challenges, valued discourses. Again, looking again at discourse boundaries. Consciousness raising, this is largely aimed at teachers. If English teachers become much more aware of genre, they will have a higher level of awareness of text. Their language awareness will improve, and they will also be able to appreciate more the challenges contained in those texts for their learners. So what I'm arguing for, or predicting in a sense, is that the EAL will move more towards EAP in the coming years. And I think we're seeing it happening already, but because the EMI spread so rapidly, many of the new schools sprang up, many of the universities introduced international colleges very quickly, without necessarily having anticipated some of the language difficulties that occurred. So these are some of the main strands of modern EAP. We would just go round from the top. Academic context, as we say, is now EAP is firmly relates to particular contexts. The older form of generic EAP is no longer as popular as subject-related EAP is, and something similar might happen in EAL. So disciplinary differences are observed because of teachers' familiarity with the way different disciplines communicate, particularly how they write about themselves. Academic discourses, obvious, students' needs, critical thinking, as every approach is claiming, but text processing and production, I think, understanding more about how students compose and where the difficulties are will certainly improve the EAL teaching, and in syllabus development, how to create a syllabus rather than simply responding to the difficulties that students produce when they hand a piece of writing to a teacher. Okay, so I think I'm going to leave it there with that message, and I'd like to thank you all very much for attending today, and I wish you every success at today's conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Arthur McNeil, for the wonderful presentation. We are so glad to have you as our keynote speaker. Now let's move on to the conference. Let's welcome our next keynote speaker, Dr. Ma Victoria C. McGeown, researcher, author, curriculum writer, STEM teacher, professional, lecturer, formatter, Tetra Senior High School, Department in Rizal, Philippines. And her topic is cognitive reframing as one strategy to help students under stress anxiety. Dr. Ma Victoria McGeown is a former volunteer in supplementary values formation classes in public schools under the Great Lighthouse Foundation, a professionalism lecturer, master's and doctoral classes, author of journal articles. Authorized journal articles are indexed in Google Scholar, Mendeley, ResearchGate, and academia, such as Learning Mathematics and Differentiated Instructions in the Philippines, Learning Mathematics and Differentiated Instructions in the Philippines, of phenomenographical study on struggles and successes of grade 7 students, a phenomenographical study on struggles and successes of grade 7 students, expectations versus reality, a sentiment analysis of students, experience on distance learning, the road less taken, differentiated instructions as practiced by grade 7 teachers in Philippines, supplementary values saturated program among students in the Philippines, student stance and value, technology adoption of teachers and students under the Learning Continuity Plan, a case of one school in the Philippines, grade 7 mathematics textbook, differentiation in the Philippines, illusion or reality, and many more. A book author such as Organization and Management for Senior High School under Cleves Publishing House, a peer-reviewed journal of international journal articles, multidisciplinary and ISI journal published. She is also a discussant of various topics about local, school-based inset traditional training and seminars, an international forum as a keynote speaker at 26th International Conference on Teaching, Education, Learning, Nan Technological University, Nanyang Executive Center, Singapore, online keynote speaker in 7th Singapore International Conference on Social Science and Humanities. 3rd and 4th November 2029 Singapore International Conference on Social Science and 11th Singapore Conference Social Science and Humanities. She is graduate of Bachelor of Science in Mathematics, Master of Arts in Education, major in Educational Management, a Doctor of Education Management in Curriculum and Instruction. At present, she is faculty teaching practical research 122 and capstone inquiries and capstone immersion and other related subjects, and a guidance designate of Teta Senior High School Division of Rizal. She is Rizal Learning Resource Evaluator in Education as Papakito in 2017 engagements such as in 2021 a conference reviewer of homeroom guidance program module regional level, and in 2020 as a learning resource calibrer and conformer review in ESP in the division of Rizal. Currently approved as an associate member of the National Research Council of the Philippines. Now let's see what she wants to share with us.
Good day everyone, I'm Dr. Maria Victoria Castillo Magayon, and today I'm going to discuss about cognitive reframing as one strategy to help students under stress and anxiety. According to John F. Kennedy, change is the law of life, and those who look only to the past or to the present are certain to to miss the future. And also, according to Lao Tzu, life is a series of natural and spontaneous changes. Don't resist them. That only creates sorrow. Let reality be reality. Let things flow naturally forward to whatever way they like. Now, the adverse effect of pandemic to our students are more on mental issues or concern, anxiety, depression, such like that. Now, according to reversal theory is the psychological framework that focuses on the relationship between motivation and emotion, and which focuses on the dynamic aspects of our personalities. A core message of reversal theory is that it is possible for individuals to reverse the ways they are feeling and their approach to situation by reframing. Okay. Reframing. What is cognitive reframing? Cognitive reframing is a technique used to shift your mindset so you're able to look at a situation, person, or relationship from a slightly different perspective. The essential idea behind reframing is that the frame through which a person views a situation determines their point of view. When that frame is shifted, the meaning changes and thinking and behavior often change along with it. Now, what is the use or uses of cognitive reframing? Cognitive reframing can be useful for people who are experiencing mental health condition, but it can also be helpful for improving overall mental well-being. Using cognitive reframing can help you become more positive and resilient in the face of life changes. Cognitive reframing has been proven effective to help minimize anxiety and depression and enhance quality of life during the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, how reframing works. Sometimes we are in the situation that our students are seeking for an advice or counseling. We know the fact that every teacher is a counselor. Teachers or counselors can use this simple technique, how cognitive reframing help our student by simply use this technique or simply suggesting these techniques to our student. Number one, let us suggest that thinking has a pattern. So the first step in reframing is to educate your students' mind setting about these negative thinking patterns that may greatly increase their stress level. So we need to suggest to them that they should shift their thinking patterns. Next is to be vigilant on their thoughts, to catch themselves um, uh, to catch themselves in a situation wherein they are into a negative and stress-inducing pattern of thinking. So students should we should suggest that they should be vigilant or aware when those negative thoughts come in their mind. Next, when they're already recognizing and aware that there are these negative thoughts come in, the next is to replace those thoughts with more positive thoughts. So shifting, so training them to uh, make negative thoughts, ignoring negative thoughts, and then replacing it into a positive thoughts. Next, the last is to challenge their thoughts. As they notice the negative thoughts, as they are aware, as they are already aware that they can shift their negative thoughts into a positive one, so they should take action. They should challenge themselves. Thus, challenge themselves to create, to make action on uh, eliminating negative thoughts and replacing it into a positive one. Next is so doing those strategy actually it's all in the mind. It is not a trick but a strategy. So according to Dr. Scott, when you're looking at something negative, see if you can change your self-talk to use less strong, less negative emotion. When you're looking at a potentially stressful situation, see if you can view it as a challenge versus a threat. Look for the gift in each situation and see if you can see your stressors on the more positive age of reality. See them in a way that still fits the facts of your situation, but that is less negative and more optimistic and positive. Next, as teachers, let us help our student shift their mindset. If they are experiences negative thoughts about the implementation of the face-to-face classes, as we know that in every transition there is always pain, there is always challenge, that let us help them, let us reshape their minds and thoughts to appreciate the beauty of the face-to-face classes, for for them to realize that face-to-face classes create more engagement between the teacher and the students, where in teaching and learning process be more meaningful in the face-to-face classes. Let us be an use. Let us use this strategy to reshape the mindset of those students that are suffering or having a negative thoughts about the face-to-face classes. Bye.
Thank you, Ma'am Victoria, for the wonderful presentation. We are so glad to have you as our keynote speaker. Now let's move on to the conference. Let's welcome our next keynote speaker, Dr. Mohammad Norazmi bin Nordin from Kazakhstan. and his topic is Through Special Education Leadership, Better Avoid This is in Your Leadership. Mohammad Norazmi bin Nordin holds a Doctor of Philosophy PhD degree in Special Education Leadership. Former academic teacher at Batu Pahat Special Education School, Johor, Malaysia. Successfully completed PhD studies within 2 years, currently working as a special education lecturer at the Center for the Study of Education and Community Wellbeing, Faculty of Education, University of Kebangsaan, Malaysia, the National University of Malaysia. He is also the founder of SKF Style Quick Thesis Writing Techniques, which has greatly helped undergraduate and doctoral students in completing their thesis. Receive invitations from various universities in and outside Malaysia as speakers and keynote speakers for the international conferences and seminars. He is also an editor-in-chief of a special education journal and as an editorial board in 5 international journals. Let's see what he wants to share with us.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, you. Yeah, in Malaysia, good afternoon. First of all, I would like to say, I would like to thank Dr. Flora Charles give me this opportunity to give my speech regarding special education. Second, I would like to thank all of you who has been here right now today, friends, and I am very honored to share my knowledge and my experience regarding special education. So the third, I would like to thank God because give me this opportunity to you today, and I hope you, all of you, join this conference, and hope you all in good health, in great health, and I also hope that you are in a comfortable mode, and you are in good in what are you doing and what are you doing. So today I would like to share my research, about special educational leadership, because I am the special education lecturer and my expertise is in special education leaderships, and I'm also introduced or I mean established my theory called unique special education leadership theory, which published in 2020. So right for that theory. So again, welcome to 2022 22nd International Conference on Business, Economics, Law, Language and Psychology, ICBELLP, 16th-17th November in London. It's for psychology. So my speech today, title keynote is through special education leaderships, better you avoid this in your leadership. this research I carried in the 2021 early one, which is having runs for COVID-19 year. So now still battling for COVID-19 now, but it's not that serious as 2020, 2021. So when I carry out this research study, it's it focuses on environment that special education students, their school leads special education in a very hard environment, very hard situations. So go through to be the better leader, to be applying the best leaderships that you can for special educations. So some of action that, because you need to avoid, because special education is the unique education service, which is we deal with the special needs students, we deal with disability students, we deal with the teachers who teach the special education students, we deal with teachers who's having workloads, task load, burden load. To be the best leader, find the best leadership to the special education, you have to be smart. The way you want to be smart is you better avoid some of the elements in leadership. Maybe the element of leadership you can apply it for educational situation, educational organization. But for special educations, some of the elements you have to avoid, because the special educations we have difference from the education, the normal education service. The students, the teachers, the management, the schools, also the screens have different normal situations. So again, what some of elements in your leaderships if you want to be the better leader for special education. So this is me again, Dr. Muhammad. I am special education lecturer of Education, University Kebangsaan Malaysia, here in Malaysia, or in English we say we state as the National University of Malaysia, Kebangsaan the National. Okay, so this is what we have to face, what we have to meet, the student we have to meet when we deal with special education. So the leader who lead the special education also, they have to face this situation. They have to face this kind of students. They have to face this category of disabilities of the students. If you can see here, we have cerebral palsy students, which are they cannot move their joint. Their joint can function like normal people.
Sorry.
If they cerebral palsy, they can.
Em có cần tin tên hay không? Đang vẫn là keynote speaker.
Because also have joint. Difficulties in the teachers also burden, or they have the task load too. When we deal with this kind of students, the teachers have to do more work Okay, so when you lead something like this situation, you also have to be the smart leader.
Sau từ certificate để được thì cha cũng cao đó.
You have to be a unique leader for the unique situation, the special education situation. So also, if you can see here, this is a Down syndrome students. Down syndrome students is if you know, they have their tantrum. They can get angry, suddenly get angry, and so they have a very powerful energy. So special education students, this is the sum of the category of special education. But we have more. We have blind, we have dyslexia, then we have deaf, mutes, we have also multiple is blind and also is also deaf. It's challenges. These are the biggest challenges to manage to lead special education. So for this is my my research. So the introduction is developing human capital is very important in producing successful organizations. In one organization, we have human. Business. School, we have teachers, we have students, we have principals. So to develop this human capital is very important. Get the organization, the school. It can develop, can be identified more accurately in schools, including special education. In the context of special education, what we have discussed here, human development is more a priority. Why? Because we deal with the unique and disabled students. Among the key citizens in special education who need to be given attention by the leaderships by the leader, of course, are teachers and students with special needs, like I stated before. Okay, so the teachers need to be led with relevant method, and student in turn need to be given the best example in every management conducted. Why? They are unique. The students are unique. The students are special, so they have to lead by special, by smart leader. Various studies has been conducted on effective leadership for both mainstream and special education. Okay, so my research background is it is the responsibility of leader in special education to implement that, also the appropriate leaderships. So when we combine that effective and appropriate, that unique leadership or smart leaderships. So most study focus on how leaders perform their duties properly. However, my studies focus on the aspect that should be avoided. Many kind of studies, many kind of research that propose how to be the good leader. But in my studies, in this research, we will look to the elements that we have to avoid if we want to be the best or the great or the smart leader in special education. So this is what I'm stated before. This is my theory that I posed during my PhD studies. So it is called Norazmi Special Education Unique Leadership Theory. I have its copyright in 2020. So what is the theory said? In maintaining the success of special education program, the welfare of teachers and SNS means special needs students need to be taken into account. To deal with these two kind of human, kind of human. One is teacher, second is students. So therefore, the basis for this theory of leadership is based on leadership. Those focuses on the welfare of teachers and the achievement of students. Okay. So to achieve this, leadership needs to control the task load of teachers, inculcate teachers' job satisfaction so that students can achieve their target. So as a result, school administrators or school leaders need to have 5 uniqueness in their leadership. If one is unique leadership styles, okay, you have to focus on many elements to the student and to the teachers. Okay, their work of scopes and also the duties. And then the second unique element to your leadership is you have to have the unique knowledge, which is based on special education. Third one, you have to have also the unique attitude. In addition to leadership style and knowledge, school leaders also need to have a unique attitude toward leading special education. Attitudes are concerned. You lead normal school, also you have to concern, but in special education you have to more concern, more empathy, in-depth love for the of students, and more at the discretion of deciding something for teachers and the students. And the fourth, unique experience. If you want to lead special educations, you have to gain your experience with special education teachers and also special education students. And last but not least, you have to get the unique qualification in normal you have to have gain the qualification. So my research methodology is a qualitative approach, fully qualitative approach. I have conducted interview sessions for 20 special education teachers randomly selecting and then there is a semi-structured interviews, and it takes only 15 to 20 minutes. And because of pandemic, I conduct this online via Google Meet. Okay, and then it's recording. Then after recording, record that sessions. I make the systematic analysis to get the elements. What elements you have to avoid if you want to lead these special education. So the findings like this. Almost most of the respondents, most of the informant, all the informants, majority of them give opinion to avoid these 5 elements. These 5 elements that you have to avoid in special education. For the biased elements, shapes. Bias means you give attention in justice from normal and also special. So also majority of them says overly assertive, trustworthy. You should avoid this one. Autocratic, special education doesn't need autocratic leader. It needs special education because special education is it's a love. It's responsible. Autocratic is use their power to get what they want. This special education is what we want as a group, as a whole, as a so we have to avoid impunity. Okay, so these five we get from the informant that these five we have to avoid if want to be the best or the great smart special education. So based on the findings of the study, it is clear to prove that leadership is able to control the climate of special education as a whole. Respondents or informants are of the view that leadership is a key factor in creating a cheerful and quality learning environment in special education. Of course, because the leadership can control all the climate in the school. They also agreed that good leadership can enhance good cooperation between special education teachers and school administrators. So this is why autocratic elements have to avoid from special education leaderships. Special education teachers who are taken care of their welfare are less stressed, are able to carry out their duties well, as well as we get now. As is well known, there is always pressure for special education teachers in facing the challenge of students with various special needs, various disabilities. Therefore, special education teachers agreed that there are several aspects that need to be avoided by the leadership in order to achieve the desire to make special education better. Okay. All 20 respondents state that that's five elements. Okay, bias, right, and then assertive, aggressive attitude should be avoided by leaders in special education. Such as attitude is capable of adding a sense of discomfort and hatred towards one and another, including special education teachers and also the students, especially students. Then distrust in performing tasks becomes another aspect that should be totally avoided by attitudes that reflects practical culture should be avoided in every type of educational leadership style, especially here in special education. So, with its autocratic nature and easy to manage, will make the leadership marginalized and disrespect. So, as a conclusions, collectively, leadership is a very challenging field and has a wide scope in its implementation. Various aspects needs to be given attention in leadership in special education to such as needs of teachers, the diversity of students and facilities available, school climate, and also the current situation. In facing this various challenge, certain aspects need to be avoided to ensure that the special education climate is always in good conditions, cheerful and less stressful on teachers and also the special needs students. All aspects proposed are to be enable leadership to help develop the potential of teachers and students in special education. As a suggestion, this study needs to be further expanded in its field. Okay, so I think that's all for that. Okay, so thank you for your attention here. Thank you for supporting me, and thank you for your time and your Thank you, Dr. Borjas. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Norazmi, for the wonderful presentation. We are so glad to have you. Now let's move on to the conference. Now let's welcome our next keynote speaker, Ma'am Violet Uchai, researcher of Robert Gordon University, the Law School Robert Gordon University, Aberdeen, Scotland, UK. And her topic is non-adherence of the MNOCs to corporate policies, a review of litigations in the Niger Delta. Violet works as a researcher at the Robert Gordon University Law School. I am currently living in the Scotland. She is currently living in the Scotland, United Kingdom. My thesis work is titled Non-Adherence of the MNOCs to Corporate Policies, a review of litigation from the Niger Delta. My area of interest in human rights, environmental rights, and corporate governance. Her currently round up her PhD studies at Robert Gordon University. She has presented and attended several conferences in the United Kingdom. She has 2 publications related to her work. She has an article published in the International Journal of Social Science titled MNOC's Level of Engagement with Their Human Rights Obligations. The other article was published in the International Journal of Legal Studies titled The Mechanism Used by MNOC to Derail Human Rights and Environmental Litigation. I have also attended and presented papers related to my work within the law department at the Robert Gordon University. Now let's see what she wants to share with us.
International controversy over oil and gas pollution. There have been several litigations against the multinational oil companies in the Niger Delta. There are 2 major oil companies in the Niger Delta, Nigeria, Chevron and Shell, and they've got their parent company to fight some of the human rights and the environmental violation of the multinational oil companies in Niger Delta, and also identify and analyze some of the litigation from the Niger Delta. And then I will do my discussions and findings. I've also got some legal framework for addressing these derailments in the litigation, and after that I make my conclusion and recommendation. Now, I would just give a brief background of the studies. I'll be looking at corporate policies of multinational oil companies in the Niger Delta. The corporate policies here refers to corporate obligations. What are these obligations of the multinational company towards their environment and also human rights? Because I will be focusing on human rights and the environment in Nigeria, the Niger Delta. Now, the Niger Delta is an oil-rich region in the southern parts of Nigeria that have been centered for international, oil and gas pollution, it has been centered for international controversy over oil and gas pollution. There have been several litigation against the multinational oil companies in the Niger Delta. There are two major oil companies in Niger Delta, Nigeria, Chevron and Shell, and they've got their parent companies in other jurisdictions like the US and also Netherlands and the United Kingdom. Now, the multinational oil companies do claim they've got, human rights obligations towards the, to the people, to remediate if there's an oil pollution, to clean up, and also to compensate those people in the community. But the mechanism, the combative approach taken by those companies during litigations is at odds with their human rights obligations because they continually delay, deny, and erase justice for the local communities. These human rights obligations can be guaranteed in the United Nations Guiding Principle. It's also in the OECD, and we've got African Charter as well. These are obligations, they are guidelines given to the multinational oil companies to take due diligence in the environment, to protect the environment, to protect the human rights, to protect the people in the community. And these human rights I'm looking at, it's, the people are entitled to rights to life, right to clean and healthy environment, right to clean water, right to clean water, right to clean food. But these things are, denied from those, people. Sometimes this company are, bluntly refuse to actually compensate those people. They do not take speedy process, after there's an oil spill. They do not want to compensate or remediate these people. So these multinational companies are facing increasing litigations because of these environmental pollution. And we've got some cases that have been in other jurisdictions. Because of those problems, because of these issues that these communities are now facing in Nigeria, they are now suing the parent companies of the subsidiary company in Nigeria abroad. And some of these cases have been successful. And some of these cases have been in different jurisdictions like the US, the UK, and also in Netherlands. I can give a recent case of Oguru and Shell, which took place last year, where the court ruled that the company should be held liable to compensate the people for the environmental pollution and degradation in Nigeria. So there have been a lot of cases against the multinational company. And the issue of having the problem of this work is that there are mechanisms used during litigations by the multinational oil companies, and these mechanisms is against their human rights obligations. Some of these mechanisms, like I talked about initially, it delay, deny, and it break justice for the local communities. So what are these mechanisms I'm talking about? Lack of transparency during oil spill investigation. They are not always transparent during their investigation of oil spill. They tend to have some misleading, inaccurate reports during litigations, and these victims can use such reports during litigations. And also lack of non-disclosure of vital document during litigations. There are some vital document during litigations that will be needed by the plaintiffs to actually prove their case forward. But sometimes the defendants are always refusing to do that just to avoid liability and just obstruct the court proceedings. And also we've got victimization of employees' rights. Some of the eyewitnesses, some of them are workers for these, oil companies, they tend to threaten them not to testify against them because of the environmental pollution. They can give arms, to the militants to actually threaten this, those victims not to testify against them. You've got threats and intimidation of witnesses. They use that also as a mechanism not to, just to avoid liability. They use that as a tactics to avoid liability. You've also got they dispute the cause of the oil spill. Most of the oil spill, they attribute it to sabotage and theft, when we know that it's majorly their, oil infrastructure that is the, the major cause of the oil pollution. So they usually attribute the cause of the oil pollution to, sabotage and theft, just to, like I said, avoid liability. So these are some of the mechanisms used during, litigations. I will describe some of them, talk more on them in details later on the slides. But the issue of having that, how do we address these mechanisms used by the, multinational oil company during litigation in order for, the human rights and the environmental rights to be improved in Niger Delta, Nigeria?
Street towards Mid Road.
Yeah, I would give a motivating scenario in the case of Bolt and Shell, where the litigations was held in the US, and the victims were suing Shell for colluding in the human rights violations that took place in Nigeria. And it took them from 1999 to 2005. The victims were suing the wrong entity, and it took 5 whole years for the defendants to actually tell them and to tell the court that, they were actually suing the wrong entity. So their silence means that they wanted to actually obstruct the court proceedings, to avoid liability. The court even stated that the silence means that they wanted to obstruct, the plaintiff's claim. And here it goes that these are some of my objectives. So the aim of this, thesis is to address the mechanisms used by the multinational oil companies to prevent human rights litigations in the Niger Delta, and in order to improve the human rights and environment in the Niger Delta. And some of my specific objectives are to review a selection of transnational human rights and environmental litigation against the companies, to identify the main legal issues for determinations and how the multinational oil companies claim how the companies and claimants exploit the key legal issues during litigations, and also to investigate how these multinational oil companies engage with their human rights obligations, and also to identify the mechanisms like I talked about, and to develop a legal framework for addressing those mechanisms. And after that, then I'll provide recommendations for addressing each of those specific mechanisms. Now I've talked about the Niger Delta, which is it's Niger Delta is in the southern part of Nigeria, which has been centered for lots of environmental pollutions, and it has actually attracted a worldwide international controversy over the pollution. So I want to look at what are this Nigeria legal system response to these human rights and the environment in the oil and gas industries. We've got constitutional response, we've got the legislative response, and also the regulatory. Like the constitutional response, the constitution in Nigeria is one of the major instruments used for actually controlling the oil and gas industry, controlling the oil and gas pollution in Nigeria. Chapter 2 talked about the socio-economic rights, and also Chapter 4 talked about the fundamental human rights. In Chapter 4 of the 1999 Constitution talked about the fundamental human rights, the right to life, right to clean and healthy environment. And also, what are the laws that talk about, actually controlling and maintaining this, human rights and the environment? The Oil Pipeline Act, the Petroleum Act, the Environmental Guidelines for Standards and Standard for Petroleum Industry. These are laws, these are guidelines, these are regulations that talked about controlling the human rights violations by the companies. And also we've got 3 major regulatory agencies in Nigeria that are actually controlling the environmental pollution and also investigating the oil spills in the Niger Delta. We've got the NOSRA, we've got DPR, and also we've got the NESRA. These are the regulatory agencies that are actually working to make sure that the companies actually controls the activities, and the victims are not actually affected by the activities of the corporations. And I looked at impediments to human rights and environmental obligations of the companies. These are what I initially talked about, the mechanisms for the mechanisms used by the multinational oil companies during litigations. And these in themselves are also human rights violations as well. They are impediments to their human rights and environmental obligations. I looked at transparency and reporting during oil spill investigation, disclosure of information, bribery and corruption. I looked at victimization of employees' rights, security and safety, pollution, cleanup, and recommendation. So these are some of the litigations in Nigeria that have taken place in Nigeria, and will not go so much in details in them because of time. And some of these cases have been successful, some hasn't been successful, but the issue here is that there are no strict sanctions to actually enforce these court rulings. These two cases, some of these cases here have been successful, I could say, but no strict sanctions in Nigeria to actually enforce these court rulings. There are challenges the victims actually go through in actually suing the parent companies, the subsidiary companies in Nigeria. So because of these reasons, what are these reasons? Weak legal system, delay in legal process, we've got years of cases going on. And we've got some of these cases, some of these subsidiaries are really not, they're underfunded. They really don't have enough funds to actually, sue to actually compensate these victims, because they don't have enough funds to compensate the whole community. So because of those challenges that victims are facing, we also have bribery and corruptions as well. Although it's a lifetime, we've got bribery and corruptions. The government are not always on the side of the victims. They're always on the side of the company. They want them to do business. We remember that oil is the major funds, the major economy of Nigeria. So these are the challenges that the victims go through. So because of these challenges, the victims are now suing the parent companies of this subsidiary abroad, which are based in different jurisdictions. We've got their parent companies in different jurisdictions in the US, the UK, and the Netherlands. And some of these cases have been successful. Like I wrote down here, some of the reasons for suing those companies. We've got non-existence of the company. Sometimes maybe the company might not be in existence at that time. So they've sued the parent companies. They've got legal aids and experts abroad that they are very sure of, and also they are sure that they will get a good prospect of success in suing the parent company abroad. So these are some of the major reasons they are not suing the parent companies abroad. And these are some of the environmental litigation in the UK and the Netherlands. Like I say, some of these cases have been successful. Because of time, I won't go in details in these cases. The case in the US, we were Shell, we have Cuba and Shell, and then we have Bowoto and Shell. These cases have been successful. Bowoto was in US, we and Shell was in US also. They were basically on the human rights violations against Shell in Nigeria. And that case, the case in the UK, Bowoto and Shell was successful. They settled out of court, and it was basically oil spill pollution in Nigeria, and Okwebi and Shell. It's in court at the moment, it's on appeal. It's still, the case is still ongoing. So these cases have been successful, which was decided last year. That's Oguru and Shell. The court held that the company should compensate the victims for the environmental pollution in Nigeria. And then, the victims were happy about that. So I would just talk about briefly some of the legal issues that were similar in these litigations. We've got burden of proof, the lies of the plaintiffs, establishing direct liability, We've got the length of time in bringing these cases, these litigations. We saw that it took in a whole lot of time, sometimes 10 years, 12 years, 8 years in these cases. And also some of these cases faced, jurisdictional issues, especially the cases in the US, which was, brought under the Alien Tort Act law, and most cases in the US and the UK and Netherlands, which they majorly relied on the, duty of care, the tort of negligence. So some of these cases face jurisdictional issues, bringing a case, to another jurisdiction. And we'll also see the examination of the corporate group structure in some of these cases. During those litigations, the court would ask you, what is the link? What's the relationship between the parent companies and the subsidiary companies before a claim could even start in the first place? That was also a challenge in some of this litigation. And then what are some of the legal issues, the legal issues that varies in those cases? I looked at declining, jurisdictions, like in the UK and the US, some of the cases were less likely to decline jurisdictions because of the, wider scope of laws that it has. And then we've got the choice of applicable laws, which the court could, decide what jurisdictional law to apply. Is it that of the home states of the parent company or that of the home states of the subsidiaries? So the court would decide, and that's also could, affect the outcome of the litigation. And we also have class action mechanisms. Some of these cases where, they involve the regulatory the human rights and the environmental agencies like the Amnesty International, Friends, Friends of the Earth. These are agencies that could help victims bring up a case against companies. Sometimes victims alone, individuals, would be scared to bring up a case. But we've got these regulatory bodies, the NGOs, like Friends of the Earth, would actually initiate litigations for the victims, and also approaching establishing liabilities to the multinational companies. I talked about initially that there are different approaches that the plaintiff, brought the case in those jurisdictions. Like the US, they brought through the Alien Tort Act, which was kind of difficult. It was more like a barrier in some of the cases in the US. And in the UK, they mostly relied on the duty of care that the parent companies owe a duty of care to the subsidiary in Nigeria. And then they majorly looked at the tort of negligence, and some of these cases were actually, successful during that, bringing in that law. And settlement out of court, some of these cases were settled out of court. Major of these cases were settled out of court because, the company have seen it glaring. There were evidence in court that yes, they would be liable for the environmental pollution in Nigeria. I would just skip. I also identified and critically analyzed the mechanisms used by the multinational companies. So though I discussed that earlier, but I would just talk about them briefly. Like the one, non-transparent provisions of information to seen in the case of Bodo, providing, inaccurate, non-transparent reports during, their investigation. And in court, the victims cannot actually use it. We've got non-disclosure of evidence, which was seen in Ogura and Shell. The defendant refused to actually disclose vital document needed for the other party during litigation, and that was to actually obstruct and avoid, the court proceedings, bribing of witnesses to testify in litigation. In the case of WeWa, it was actually alleged that some of the companies actually bribed, the witnesses to testify against the other parties, or not to even testify at all. And the victimization and restrictions of employees' rights. Some of the staffs in those companies were victims as well. They were eyewitnesses, and they were actually forced, threatened not to testify against the companies. And this is against their labor rights. It's against their human rights obligations. I looked at I identified delaying litigation process. We've seen how the court process will take years and years to actually, decide. threat and intimidation of weaknesses. In the case of, it was seen in the case of Bolton and Shell, most of the weaknesses were threatened not to testify against the company by some of the militants, local militants. These militants are given arms and ammunition to actually threaten some of them, the weaknesses. And also they dispute information that influences the cause of oil spill. They mostly attribute the cause of oil spill to sabotage and theft. That will favor the company because there's a law in Nigeria, the Oil Pipeline Act states that when there's an oil spill that is a result of theft and sabotage, the company would not be held liable and the victim would not be compensated. So this is the major reason they're always, in the defense of it's as a result of sabotage and theft, the oil pollution. These are basically what they do. They also dispute information that influences remediation and also compensation. It was also seen in Bolton and Shell, where the defendant disputed that the area affected by the oil spill, they dispute the area, they dispute the volume of the oil spill, and how long the oil spill lasted in order to influence, remediation and also compensation. Now, I've been able to identify the legal framework for addressing the derailment in the litigations. I looked at constitutional framework, the legislative, the regulatory, the tort law, and also alternative dispute resolution. So the first legal instrument at the constitutional level is to invoke the jurisdiction of the regional and also the international courts within the Constitution, like invoking the jurisdiction of the international courts, like the International Criminal Court. And I looked at also environmental, enacting environmental courts that would handle environmental issues and environmental litigation. We've got election tribunal in the Constitution, special purposely for election, and it will be nice and helpful to see that if we could have environmental courts that handle special cases on environmental litigations just for the purpose of delay. And I also investigated that also ratification of international treaties and agreements. In Nigeria, there are a lot of treaties that are not ratified, that are not domesticated in the Constitution. If it's not domesticated in the Constitution, it can be used in litigation. It then can be justiciable in litigation. So if there can be more ratification of international treaties in the Constitution, then it will be of help to the victims. For example, some of the treaties that can be invoked include the International Covenant on the Economic and Cultural Rights. We've got the European Convention on Human Rights. We've got the African Convention on Human Rights. Nigeria is signatory to a lot of multilateral treaties and also bilateral treaties. So some of these treaties would have to be domesticated in the Nigerian Constitution for it to be used in litigation. I looked at under the legislative legal choice of applicable laws. Some of the laws, like I talked about, would affect the outcome of litigation. It would be helpful if some of these laws, the international laws, like the Brazil regulations in the UK that was used to decide, UK laws could be also used in Nigeria to decide some of these cases, as we've seen in the case of Ugu, the Nigerian law was used in that case. So it will be helpful. We've got the responsibility for oil spill due to sabotage. If that act can be, amended, because they use that law a lot and nothing is being done about it, companies get away with it. So if that law can be actually amended to see that companies just use that law and there is no sanction. And we've seen we also have defending the relationship between the multinational company and also the subsidiary. It needs to be well put in the proper perspective. It needs to be defined in the constitution. The relationship between the parent company and also the subsidiaries need to be well defined in the constitution, because these are companies that there are a lot of complex nature and structures in them. So these need to be properly defined in the constitution. The regulatory bodies, we have them to resolving conflicting mandates within the regulatory agencies. We've got, like I discussed, 3 major regulatory agencies in Nigeria, and most of them are actually conflicting for the same, I would say competing for the same responsibilities and duties. Most of them are actually resolving the same issues or pollution differently, and people are actually receiving different results, and it's not actually helpful for the victims. We've got the NOSRA, which is under the Ministry of the Environment. We've got the Petroleum Act, which is under the Ministry of the Environment also. So they are both competing for the same duties and responsibilities. Like NOSRA is particularly to investigate oil spills. Then the DPR, Department of Petroleum and Resources, is to actually detect the oil spill. But these regulatory agencies are all involved in the same duties. They detect, NOSRA detect, and also investigate and clean up all the same. So it's actually causing confliction and bringing in different results, which victims can actually use this in litigation. And so I was saying that these regulatory agencies should be independent of each other, and they should actually focus on their duties and responsibilities. We also got international standards should be accepted in all areas of operations in Nigeria, like in area of their compensation, remediation, and also on their oil facilities. Their infrastructure should be internationally accepted standards, so that we will not have issues of sabotage and theft. It should be international standard in how they remediate, compensate, and their oil infrastructures. I looked at involving the international human rights and environmental agencies in litigations that would help these victims in terms of, demanding vital documents from the other parties, and also helping to initiate litigations. Some of these regulatory agencies would help to initiate litigations for those victims. And I looked at tort law. I majorly identified some of these, the tort law the laws actually governing Nigeria now in terms of oil pollution. The common law of torts, that's the tort of negligence, nuisance, and trespass. These are the laws that some of those victims are usually bringing up those cases, and these laws are actually weak. Most of them are, are vague, no strict sanction in these laws. So I was looking at reforming these laws for strict sanction, and criminal, sanctions should be the predominant tool for the, environmental degradation by these companies because of the seriousness of the oil pollution. So criminal sanctions should be the predominant tool. Strict sanction I looked at under the tort of negligence, nuisance, and trespass. Like I talked about, the current, this current regime, it's actually weak. It's mostly ineffective, and it's not actually helping the victims. And lastly, I looked at alternative dispute resolution. This should actually be considered before litigations for the purpose of also, again, delay. Sometimes the party can go in, it could be a win-win situation. I was actually looking at majorly arbitration, which should be seen and considered before litigation, and to actually help those victims in terms of their time, money. Sometimes the victims do not have the funds to go to litigation, money, funds, and it will actually help the victims. And they could go, getting their cases, well, and they will go get their cases well, and they will be happy. Sometimes it could be, like I say, a win-win situation. Victims go happy, and that's what we are looking for. That's what we want. And I identified some of the, major, some of the major recommendations that would help some of the specific mechanisms, and the non-transparency of oil spill investigations identified involvement of the international regulatory agencies to actually complement the Nigerian domestic regulatory agencies, because sometimes when they are involved in their oil spill investigation, they could get some misleading, inaccurate reports, and that can be used during litigation. So if it's complemented with the Nigerian domestic regulatory agencies, it would be it will contribute to improving the human rights violations. Then the non-disclosure of vital evidence, I looked at again, collective redress, joint action in hearing. This would support in terms of disclosing vital documents during litigation, bribing and threat of witnesses. I looked at enacting legislation that actually remove reliance on the resources that belongs to the regulatory agencies, and also removing reliance that belongs to the multinational oil companies, because during investigation of oil spills, these companies are involved. They're involved in investigating the criminal acts that they actually committed. Definitely, it won't be transparent. It won't be accurate. It definitely would be misleading during litigations. And we've got victimization and restrictions in employee rights. I also looked at initiating joint actions, also, and incorporating whistleblowing into our Nigerian legislation to also help the victims in case there's any issues and troubles. Victims can come out and speak up and say, yes, there is an issue in this company, and they will be protected. And in the land litigations, I looked at exploring the alternative dispute resolution mechanisms, establishing special courts, and also mandating the multinational oil companies to define their relationship. And I looked at dispute of information that influences the cause of oil spill. I looked at enacting legislation to address that fact that the oil companies face no sanction for oil spill if they attribute, oil spills to theft and sabotage. That there should be an amendment in that law, in that legislation should be amended. And I looked at the thought of negligent nuisance and trespass. Like I said, reforming the tort law and creating sanction regime. Like there should be criminal sanction, that should be the predominant tool. And also establishment of the environmental liability scheme, which is similar to the UK environmental liability directive 2004, which is applicable in the United Kingdom. That law is to monitor and also remedy damage in the environment. It actually monitors the activities of the corporate conduct. So therefore, applying the recommendations we have proposed will help address these mechanisms used by the multinational companies to derail litigation, thereby promoting human rights. As we have seen, researchers have majorly looked at, how the litigation actually, the outcome of the litigations, the approaches used by the plaintiff and also the defendants, but they've actually paid little attention of how this non-adherence of the multinational corporates, the non-adherence of this company corporate policy actually affects litigations. They've actually looked at it in more of international standards. They've not actually looked at, maybe little have paid more attention in looking at it in the national level, like we have actually looked at it, applying different legal instruments to actually address this litigation. Thank you so much for listening, and I would appreciate questions, contributions from everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the wonderful research. Thank you for sharing your wonderful research. Okay, let's move on to the next. Now let's welcome our next keynote speaker, Dr. Rebecca Natarajan, Program Leader, MSc Business, Northumbria University, London Campus, London, UK. And her topic is a case study of female academic manager in London. Rebecca Natarajan is a passionate lecturer and believes in continuous learning, currently work as a senior lecturer in the Department of Entrepreneurship, module leader, research supervisor, personal tutor, SSHRA mentor at QAHE London for the University of Roehampton and University of Ulster Partnership Programme. She coordinates projects such as Students Magazine at QA, the Global Business Club for Students and Research team organizer for staff module delivered by Rebecca. Include international entrepreneurship, business planning, entrepreneurial development, entrepreneurial opportunity, career entrepreneurship, organizational behavior, innovation, and entrepreneurship. Graduate enterprise and managing innovation, personal branding is one of her recent interests as per personal branding workshops delivered by her at the British Academy of Management 2019 conference at Eastern University was highly appreciated by the PDW participants. She uses different teaching methods such as case studies, EDP games, videos, and other techniques to engage the learners and enhance their learning experience. Rebecca presented a paper in conference and delivered master classes, developed personal development workshops for students and staff. She is appointed as a chair for special panels, symposium, and seminar for GBAT 2020 conference to be held in Istanbul, Turkey. Now let's see what she wants to share with us.
Thank you, Vartika. Can I share the screen and
yes, ma'am.
Can you give me the permission?
Yes, ma'am, please.
Sorry, it's not letting me do that.
Take your time.
Oh, okay, just a second, quickly.
Yeah, sure.
Do I need to get the permission, or do you need to give permission to share, or only the?
Yes, ma'am.
Can I quickly send them?
Please share your screen. What you want to share?
Yeah, I'm trying to share this one, but it's not letting me. I pressed the share screen button and it's not letting me doing it. Can I send you the email? Send you an email quickly.
Sorry, you want to present?
Can I send? Yeah, yes, I would like to do a presentation, live presentation.
Yes, you can start your presentation.
I tried to share the screen and it's not letting me doing it. So shall I quickly send you a quick email?
Okay, please share your, please.
Yeah, the PowerPoint presentation. So it will be easy for you.
Okay.
Your email is Dr. Flores Charles Eurasia.
Yes.
Okay, there you go. I've sent an email to you quickly. Can you share? All right. While the email is received by Vartika, first of all, thank you so much for giving me an opportunity. The topic today I would like to share with you is a case study of female academic managers. The purpose of this particular study is to outline the role of female academic managers in UK higher education and the barriers faced by them in their managerial process. Vartika, is it possible for you to share the screen now?
Just hold a second, ma'am. Hold a second.
No. So the reason for this particular study is to identify what are the barriers a female academician as a manager, what are the barriers that they are facing, especially in UK higher education system. As you are aware that everywhere there is a term that you've been hearing, it's called a glass ceiling. And you know that women, especially female academic entrepreneurs or female academic managers, are not getting the priority or not receiving the wages or the reward as compared to their male counterpart. And that is why I decided to identify what could be the reason why this barrier is happening, or what, and also what are the facilitating factors that enable these female academicians to become a managers in an academic environment. So the objectives for my today's topic is to find out to identify the facilitating factors of female academic managers in a managerial process in UK higher education, and also to identify the hindering factors of female academic managers in their managerial process in UK higher education environment. Let me quickly talk about the methodology. Is the philosophy I have used is interpretivism, and the method that I've used is qualitative. The research approach is inductive. Purpose of my research is more of descriptive, and I've used case study using an interview method. I've used the case study as part of my primary data collections. So what are exactly the findings of my research at the moment, especially in the UK higher education environment? And one more thing I would like to indicate, my study is applicable to the universities in London only, specifically because my sample represents only in London. I did not conduct the study outside the London. So in the future, that's the scope of a future study or further study, that in the future I would like to extend the study to 2 different places in England or in other parts of the UK. So one of the finding factors, what are the facilitating factors that actually allowing these academicians to become the female academician to be successful in their job is, or motivate them is their internal and external motivation, that some of them, they would like to prove that even as a female that I can manage better. It doesn't matter, not only in the corporate, but also in an academic environment, especially when there's a larger or wider student community. I will be able to handle better, and they have a compassion towards the student, or they are also externally motivated. So these are the reasons that they would like to become a female academic, they would like to become a manager in an academic environment. And number 2 is the communication skills. Women are, they tend to communicate well with compassion with their students and fellow staff members. This is the belief that all the female academic managers whom I have interviewed, they have good communication skills. They have a higher qualification up to PhD. Some of them are also involved in postdoctoral studies as well. And their academic success is also an eye-opener for them to see the managerial world in a different perspective. They believe as a female or as a woman, they are open to innovation. So that is when, the next slide, please, Vartika. Yeah, here. Thank you. So that is when they are able to, they said that when compared to the male hierarchical system, female academic managers, they are very open to innovation because they want new ideas. As they are doing multitask, they are capable of doing multitasking, and then so they believe that there's a need for creativity, there's a need for innovation. So they are open to innovation. Next, please. And coming to the barriers or hindering factors, what is actually preventing more female managers, female academic managers to be successful, or allowing them to come in an environment is, number 1 is glass ceiling. Number 2 is the organizational culture. The culture, still they think that even though this is the Western world, still they believe, or they realize that the organizational culture is not supporting them to enhance their ability to show their enhance their leadership capability, or they are not given an opportunity to prove when compared to their male counterpart. Social prejudice, they think that women have family, so those who have family and children, they might be finding it hard to be a manager because they will be more emotional or sensitive towards many things, so they will not be able to make rational decision. This is the prejudice that a lot of people that they have it in their mind. And then the next one is the lack of mentorship and lack of finance. So when it comes to male counterpart or male academic managers, what is happening is they have the mentor whom they can look up to. And there is an open door policy from their mentor. If possible, it allows them to develop their leadership capacity, and also to look up, to learn from others' mistakes or their mentors' mistake. And finance also, sometimes because women, female academic managers, they are also they are also a wife or sister or someone who has carrying responsibility. So sometimes if they have to take a break or be a part-time or flexible worker, they have to step down from their current ladder in order to support their family. So this is one of the barriers, as they believe that had they been given a financial support system is placed, or if there's any other support system is placed, then it will enable them to be successful in their career as a manager, and they would like to have a work-life balance. Women are always going, female academic managers are going one step ahead. So what are the recommendations I have provided? A mentorship is very important. Any female or a previous managers who are very successful in any academic environment, they can provide mentorship. The organizational structure should be in such a way it should promote female academic managers, not to consider them as a burden or someone who is unable to lead and manage. Then financial support can be provided in such a way, maybe arrangement for part-timers, still they can be a leader. That is according to DL 2014. The next screen, please. So these are the references. And to conclude, though the female academic managers are very enthusiastic and we have seen the barriers and the facilitating factors, one thing all the female academic managers, when I was interviewing, even I myself as a female academic manager, one thing the perspective is avoid glass ceiling and allow the female academic managers or women to thrive up and allow them to commit mistakes, make mistakes, and be fair in terms of wages or any other incentives. Thank you very much. So this is my email address. If you have any questions or references, you can contact me in my email. Thank you.
Thank you, Ma'am Rebecca, for the wonderful presentation. We are so glad to have you. Now let's move on to the next. So this is our team activity. Let's proceed towards our team building activity. Sometimes we miss the opportunity of connection and linkage with fellow participants of the conference. This team activity is to encourage interaction among all the participants. By one, we will share the views and solutions on the topic of discussion. Also, we will conduct a photo session during the break. So this is the topic of discussion for the today's conference. How important is mental health? Sorry for the interruption. You are facing some issue. Just hold for a second.
Sure. Vartika, you want us to discuss why mental health is important?
Sorry for the interruption. We are facing some issues.
Okay. Do you want us to discuss why mental health is important?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Right. From my opinion, I can start if you want. Funny enough, yesterday I was actually delivering lectures in leadership and management regarding the motivation. And one thing I have realized is a lot of them have lost motivation recently. When I ask students and a couple of staffs as well, why they lose motivation, because they believe that, so most of the time they've, especially during this pandemic period and post-pandemic period, they believe that nobody's there to talk to them, nobody's there to support them. And then I said, like, okay, and especially if they are introvert, they don't have an opportunity to communicate. So what will happen as a result of this kind of depression or moving away from people? They lost the social connectedness, because students, especially from the students' perspective, as an international students coming from different parts of the world, they want to be socially connected, and being away from home affects their mental ability because they have to adjust to the new culture. And this is for the students, but in terms of staff members also, when they were not given an opportunity to express themselves in an academic environment or in any given situation, there is a cliche, or there's a taboo that says, okay, don't say that you are depressed. People will think you are mental. Don't say that you are unable to focus on work. Especially if you are a man, you need to be able to cope up with the given situation. So these are the taboo that they bring in. And as a result, what happened is that over a period of time, their performance started as a man, as a leader. I observed, this is what my observation, their ability to perform even the normal task has started declining. So this is the current situation. What they can do is one of the suggestions that I would tell my students and my team members and people who are working with me is to, step away from social media for a while, because social media has actually given them a benchmark. You have to achieve this, you have to look like this, you have to perform like this, you have to travel. So many pressures has been given through social media. an unrealistic world has been created in their mind. So when they are not able to achieve it, they get distracted. So avoid social media. And then talk with friends. That's very, very important. If you have a family or friends or anyone, even if it is a therapist, you can actually speak to them. The third point I would like to suggest here is write a gratitude journal every morning. As soon as you wake up, thank for 4 things that you have achieved in your life or you have in your life, because those 3 things may not be big achievement. Are you alive? Are you able to breathe without oxygen cylinder? Are you able to go out without a wheelchair or anybody's support? Are you able to eat well? Have you got food? So these are the little things that you need to look into it and develop a gratitude journal. Then take a break. Don't try to be on the computer or any other work that you're doing. Take a break, because taking a break will help you to sharpen your axe better. And eat well. Finally, it's eat well and do some kind of walking or some kind of exercise or even dance. So these are the things that you need to do in order to have a better mental health. And this is what I'm following, and it's helping me to cope up with this stressful situation in my life. Thank you.
Thank you, Ma'am Rebecca, for sharing your wonderful views on the topic of the discussion. Okay, so anyone wants to add something on this topic?
Yeah, I would say that mental health is very, very important in our daily life. It's a big issue in the UK, in the US. People go through mental health, and this mental health issue, let's not forget, is stigmatized. People don't want to speak up. They're going through serious issues and they don't want to say anything about it. Let's not forget that other people too go through, mental health issues, not just students, as well. We go through mental health because of job, loss of loved ones, our career, we're not progressing. Those things can affect your state of mind every day, of your life. So if you feel you know what is good for you, what you enjoy doing, what can reduce that depression, anxiety, you can do it. Like she talked about social media, and that social media, it's a help to some people. I'm going over to social media. I want to relax. I want to have fun. I want to see things. I want to watch videos. I want to watch YouTube. It's a way to, actually help some people who are actually going through this depression and anxiety, and it does help. So whatever makes you feel, happy, relax, your mental state of health is in order. It's very important in our daily life. So we should just go for it. That's what I could say. It improves your mood. It improves your mood, creates an enhanced way of coping with people, interacting with the worldwide, interacting with people, going maybe for example, I would say conferences, presentations, because I like doing it. I do more of researching. That's what makes me feel, in a good state of mind. So yes, that's it.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for sharing your views. Please allow me a moment to share our team building activities for today's conference. Sorry for the interruption. Okay, I request Dr. Shiva Vadati to add some points for the today's discussion, to the today's topic of discussion. So please unmute your mic. Please unmute your mic. I request Dr. Shafo Vahadati to unmute your mic.
Yes.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You want to add something, sir? You want to add something to
Well,
that?
to be honest, regarding mental health and the pressure that they put parents under it, I have things to say. Because I have 2 kids, I cannot take them away from the social media. And they are affecting them massively. Even their dressing, their food, whatever they want to eat, wherever they want to go, it is all affected by social media. I try to convince them, but it is impossible. I really don't know how to control them, because even in my classes, I ask my students not to use their mobile phones unless it is necessary. But I can see that 50% of the students are using their mobile phones while I'm lecturing. So these are the effects that we can't deny it. And we cannot ask them to swim against the current. You know, this is the current, everybody is in it. But to control it, there are some techniques. To be honest, I haven't been able to persuade my kids to follow a timetable. It is the same in the class. I cannot force the students, you know, they are all teenagers and young adults. So this pressure, the mental pressure that we're talking about, it's not the only for the parents, it's for the teachers in the classes. A lot of students who do not follow the rules, do not follow the instructions and these things, because mostly their brain is scattered, you know. Though they are multifunction now, if I want to say, we cannot deny that. But at the same time, you cannot force them to do the things because they can't concentrate. Their attention span has become very short. When it comes to reading, they don't like reading things. They would prefer to listen to the audio of that book. So all hello.
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, you're audible.
Yes. So we cannot, even for the reading, they are asking for the books with audio because they don't want to read, they want to listen to it. So these are all effects of social media, I think. This is what I wanted to add.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for sharing information. Okay,
Yeah.
so I request Sir Andrea to add something to the topic of discussion. Sir Andrea was?
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. I
Would you
would
like to
like
add
to
something?
Yes, I would like to go back to the workplace, especially because my research is always in organizations, and one of the pieces of my research showed that there is a very clear connection between the happiness at work and how attractive organization, over how attractive employees are to the organization, and how whether they will stay in there. So if you look at the role of mental health in happiness at work, the question itself, which you have posed in this exercise, is almost a rhetorical question. I think everybody will agree that mental health is important. And mental health is certainly important also for doing a good job in the workplace. Now, the interesting thing is that if you look at happiness at work, it actually consists of 2 factors. One is how committed are you to the work itself, and how committed are you to the organization in which you do the work. And what you see is that professionals like ourselves, by the way, they don't have much problem with commitment to work. We're all professionals. We love our job. We love our work. So we're quite happy in there. The problem starts to arise with the commitment to the organization, which is low, and I think at the moment might be even historically low. And indeed, and some of the previous speakers talked about that, might have to do also with COVID. We don't have a a real strong bond anymore with our organization. We don't feel that the organization, especially the managers, our managers or bosses, have paid enough attention to us. And so we start to get disconnected to that. And that could be a factor of mental health. So one of the things I do with the organizations I research and I consult with is to say, don't make the mistake that if you want to increase the happiness of your employees, don't give them even nicer work, because we're already very happy with the work, but make a workplace where we feel comfortable, where we are happy, and where our mental state is very nice. And that is difficult, but it is the way to keep your current employees at the organization. And I think in all of our countries, we have the war for talent. So it's very important to keep our current employees, especially when they're very, very well-performing employees. So pay attention to their mental state, to their mental health. And the one advice I give there is go into a discussion with your people. Talk with them, talk what they need, talk what they want, talk how they can help you, and maybe how they can, how you can help them, and maybe how they can help you. So that's what I wanted to add to the discussion.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for sharing the information. That's really wonderful. Okay, anyone wants to add something? Yeah, sure.
Hey, sorry. Okay, I
Hello.
would like to add a couple of points, if that's
Yes, ma'am, please.
okay. Social media, okay, starts to control our life, as I already mentioned. Okay, but the point is that, I mean, I noticed something, okay, within my generation, that their expression of of love and missing someone for their families, their friends, start to be more on the social media platform, on post stories more than in real life. So I have my sister, for example, she never expressed that she loved my mom, okay, face to face. But she started express that, okay, on social media, in which my mom is not exist at all. And that's weird, okay? Another point is that you see that everyone's life is perfect on social media because they post only the good side, and that make a lot of us, okay, start to compare their life with those who are on social media, and then start to feel, okay, why I'm not, okay, I have only me, I am struggling, okay, because we don't see others struggle in their life because they represent only the good side. So every now and then, okay, a person should take a rest, okay, away from social media for a couple of days or even weeks, okay, start to read books, enjoy his own company, go for walks, okay, I mean, go to the gym, start to see friends face to face and talk with them, because I see that this is something is really is happening now. Okay, I have a couple of friends, but I don't see them. All I know about them is from their stories, from their posts. But I mean, not me only, but I think the majority of the young people now, okay, they know the news, the updates of anyone's life from the stories, not from them personally. And this is, I feel weird, okay, because we delete a main component in human communication, which is going out with a friend, okay, go to talk with them face to face. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for sharing the wonderful information. Okay, let me share the team building activity with you.
We all have mental health. It is just as important as physical health. It is not only about mental illness or mental disorders. This is just one part of a bigger picture. It's best to think about mental health as being on a continuum, rather than people being either mentally ill or mentally well. We are all on the continuum, and we move up and down according to factors such as our genetic makeup and upbringing, our life circumstances, and the stresses we are under. At one end of the continuum, we have mental disorders, like depression or anxiety. And at the other end, we have states of positive mental health, when we're thriving, content, and fulfilled. The aim of mental health interventions is to move people up the continuum so that they're able to reach their full potential and live satisfying lives. The World Health Organization describes mental health as a state of well-being in which every individual realizes his or her own potential, can cope with the normal stresses of life, can work productively and fruitfully, and is able to make a contribution to his or her community. Being mentally healthy means being resilient and able to cope with difficult times, feeling in control, being confident, feeling good about yourself, managing and expressing your emotions, building and maintaining good relationships. We all experience periods when we feel stressed, worried, anxious, sad, afraid, or angry. These are all normal emotions. However, when these emotions become severe enough that it interferes with a person's ability to function daily, and these feelings become persistent over time, then it can develop into a mental health problem. There are many different types of mental disorders. When left untreated, mental disorders can be chronic and long-lasting, and are associated with increased disability. They significantly have an impact on daily functioning and frequently interfere with family, social, and work responsibilities. Fortunately, there are effective treatments and evidence-based interventions available that aim to help individuals understand and cope with symptoms of mental illness. However, very few people with mental disorders access existing treatment services. This may be due to barriers such as the stigma attached to seeking help, the lack of understanding of mental health problems, uncertainty of how to get help, or the fear of disclosing mental health problems. Research shows that stigma remains one of the biggest factors preventing people from seeking help early for their mental health problems and getting the appropriate support they need. It is important to acknowledge that we all have mental health and have a personal responsibility to learn how we can improve and maintain our well-being in order to lead meaningful and satisfying lives.
Thank you for your time. Okay, let's move on to the next. So let's welcome our listener for the today's conference, Well Eslolami, the School of Law and Politics, Cardiff University, Cardiff, United Kingdom. We are so glad to have you. So let's welcome our today's presenter, Thuyen Nguyen, Department of Undergraduate Training and Management, Foreign Trade University of Vietnam, Hanoi, Vietnam. And her topic is mobile payment adoption in Vietnam, extending Meta UTA-UT model with anxiety. You may now read her abstract from here. Let's see what she wants to share with us.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear my voice clearly?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Nice to meet you.
Hello, ma'am. We are so glad to have you.
Yes.
Please share your screen.
Yeah. I would like to present my papers, our papers with titles Mobile Payment Adoption in Vietnam, Extending Meta UTA-UT Models with Anxiety. And this paper, we are trying to find the factor can figure mobile payment adoption in Vietnam. And our paper includes 5 parts. the first introduce about the reason why we do these papers. After literary review, we try to represent methodology and research result and give some conclusion from our research. And let me explain the reason why we are trying to find the determinants or factor affect mobile payment adoption in Vietnam. You can see some numbers in the world to see the role of mobile payment now develop rapidly. You can see from the data in Korea, most people use cashless payment preference, not 77%, but in Philippines, the rate smaller. And you also can see the global mobile payment market is big one, increased so fast from 2019 to 2027 after some estimation from this market. And you also can see a situation in Vietnam. Annual growth rate in mobile payment market is very high. And in 2022, market size up to $170 million. And in Vietnam, most people use mobile phone, and the growth rate of people using mobile payment also increased after COVID-19 across the rate seem to be increased so fast. And that's why we try to find the determinants of mobile payment adoption, and we base the theoretical review from the research of Joy et al. In 2019, and after that we want to ask one more factors, that's the anxiety. To see whether anxiety can affect the behavior of Vietnamese people in using mobile payments. And we find some result from our research, from their investigations of behavior of Vietnamese resident Vietnamese people. And our research conducted in Hanoi, and Hanoi is capital of Vietnam. And the time to do research from December 2000 to May 2020 to May 2021, and we surveyed consumers who use mobile payments. And after analyze, we have some result from our surveys. And let me explain the reason why we are the factors we care about when we try to investigate the behavior of Vietnamese consumer. And for this topic, many people try to see the behavior of consumer in mobile payment adoptions. And you can see from the slide, we either perceive youthfulness, perceive easy of use. Is there two factors to, how can I say, group of factors affect the attitude of people to getting using mobile adoption. And after that, we also want to know from the attitude whether they change, it become the behavior on actual EU or not. And we apply unified theory of acceptance, theory of use of technologies, and apply the factors investigated by previous papers. Some factor you can see from here, performance expectancy, and effort expectancy, social influence, facilitating conditions. Here are some factors affect behavior, intention of people in mobile payment adoption. And after that, try to see from the intention how their acts becomes use behaviors. Across some demographic factor also consider to see gender, Asian experience, and voluntary use also include in our investigations. And from literature review, as I explained before, we are based on the paper of Yori et al. 2019 and Potter et al. 2020. To use the factors affects their attitude, affect behavior, intention of mobile payment adoption, and after that see use behaviors. And this model names meta UTOT models. And after that we develop or we add one more factor, anxieties, to see whether anxiety can affect attitude of consumer or not, and whether it affects use behavior of consumer in mobile payment adoption. Then we are collect data from the survey, primary data, and after that use same models, structure equation modeling to analyze the data. Now let's see the research result from our investigations and about our sample. Here you can see first describe the occupations ratio, include employee and unemployed, and for and retired person. You can see from the chart, and age, the age of people who investigate seem to be young. Most of them are below 25 years old, and from our sample, 60 more than 60%, more than 60% is female. Here, this is the rate to see the time to use mobile payment adoptions. And more than 70% use from 1 to 5 years, and the software, how can I say, they use Android system and iOS system to work with mobile payments. And this is the first analysis about the confirmatory factor analysis, and it confirms all factors we care about, satisfy the models. And after that, using instructors, this is already some indicator, some tests. You can see it satisfy the model is satisfactory fit the data, and this is the result from the same models. structure equation modelings and results support our hypothesis. Yeah, and from hypothesis 1 to hypothesis 9, we apply the previous paper. But for hypothesis 10 and 11, that is a factor our paper add to the models. And you can see anxiety can affect your attitudes and also affects the use behaviors negatively, you can see. Yeah, this is our graphical describe other how each factor can affect attitude, behavior, intention, and use behaviors. Yeah, so it means from our research, you can see some factors affect your, most factors affect your, in our model, affect your attitude, affects their behaviors, intentions, and use behaviors. And we found the strongest factors, that is their performance expectancy, affect your attitude toward mobile payment service. It means we confirm the important role of utilitarian benefits in shaping consumer positive attitude toward mobile payment service. And you also can see your effort expectancy is proven to be a significant predict of attitude toward mobile payment methods. This finding indicates the easy or ill of any mobile payment service can shape consumer positive attitude toward it. And facilitating condition also important factors. Yeah, positively affect consumer perceived ease of use. And surprisingly, social influence were not found to significantly impact consumer intentions. We try to explain the reason why social influence was not significant impact consumer intention, because maybe our sample, most people we survey is the young people, and then and they how can I say, it's new generation that are not affected by other people around, like my generations. So social influence was not found to significantly impact on consumer intentions. And attitude toward technology has an important role in predicting consumer intentions. For our variable, our factor, we found anxiety, so negatively significant impact on both consumer attitude and use behavior. And their feeling of consumer influence their behavior is shared more than it does not on shaping their attitude. And behavior intention can be translated into actual use behaviors. It is very important. Yeah. That is all container. We try to investigate the behavior of Vietnamese consumer in mobile payment adoptions. And for theoretical contribution, we try to add one other factors compared to previous papers, that is anxiety. And from our result, there are some practical implications. For example, some banks, some organization who provides mobile payment service should focusing on R&D to introduce a reliable and useful but easy to use system. And you also can see anterior benefit of the system to be highlighted in marketing because it's important factors. And communication strategies through influence and severity also need to care about. And you can see easy to understand usage instructions and instant support also important thing. Some firms, some organizations care about, and try to find the way to minimize consumer anxiety. Yeah, thank you so much for your listening.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the wonderful presentation. We are so glad to have you. You want to add something?
Yeah.
Yes, you want to add something?
No. I all year would like to listen to the comment or some, to improve my papers.
Okay, I would like to request everyone, if you have any questions or recommendations or suggestions, please put on the chat box. Okay, so let's move on to the next.
Thank you.
Now let's welcome our next presenter, Sir Andre de Waal, HBO Center, the Netherlands. And his topic is creating social values using the high performance organization framework. You may read his abstract from here. Let's see what he wants to share.
Good day, everybody. My name is Andre de Waal. I'm from the HBO Center in the Netherlands, and it's my honor and privilege to present this topic on behalf of my co-authors, Mrs. Silka Patel from Leiders UK in the United Kingdom and Mr. Arend de Jong from KLM Royal Dutch Airlines in the Netherlands. And our topic is about creating social value using the high performance organizations framework. So in this presentation I will explain what social value is, what the high performance organization framework is, and how these two influence each other. So let's first look at the what is social value. This is the definition which is being used in the UK. It's the social value is the quantification of the importance that people place on the changes they experience in their lives. In this case, of course, positive changes. And the idea is that organizations, both profit and non-profit, and of course also government, will help give people experiences which will increase the quality of their lives. And if you break down social value in the various components, then in the literature you can find very many different breakdowns. We have chosen the one which is used by the UK government, and they're saying, well, social value is actually the four components, and most of them are quite familiar. Corporate social responsibility, CSR, has been around, of course, for quite a while, and ESG, environment, sustainability, and governance also. Now, in the UK, they've put specific attention also, or a specific focus on carbon net zero, reducing the carbon the carbon exhale. And finally, you have EDI, equality, diversity, and inclusion. So you see, it's quite a wide range of things which indeed will influence each of us, each of our lives, the environment, the way we are treated in society and in organizations, how socially responsible those organizations are. And the idea, like I said before, behind social value is that especially organizations, at least that's what we are focusing on, organizations will increase this social value and just make the world a better place to live in, basically. Now, if you look at the research objective, we are focusing specifically on multinational enterprises. Both Silke and Arend work at multinational companies, and I've been doing a lot of coaching work with multinational companies, and that's an important reason why we chose it, but also because of the nature of these organizations. They have a worldwide influence. And sometimes their turnover is larger than the economy of some countries. So they are very, very influential. So if they would create social value, it will have a huge impact everywhere. But in order for them to do this, they should have the capabilities to actually create social value. And so what are those capabilities? And if you have them, increase them and strengthen them. And then unfortunately, when you turn to the current literature, and there's quite a lot of literature nowadays on social value, it's a little bit limited on those capabilities for multinationals. So there's a lot of information about what is social value, a lot of debate on the components, on even the definition, and quite a lot of examples of how you can create social value. But there is hardly any information on, if you want to create it, what should your people be able to do? What should be the capabilities of your people, therefore of your organization? So our research objective is therefore to identify those organizational capabilities multinational enterprises need for creating and sustaining social value. Now, for the identification of those organizational capabilities, we turn to the High Performance Organizations Framework of De Waal, of myself. The High Performance Organizations Framework is a framework which is scientifically validated, has been developed about 20 years ago, and what it does, it indicates the capabilities an organization needs to strengthen internally in order to become a high performing organization. So get a lot of good results, sustainable good results on a longer period for their clients and for the company itself. And the idea, of course, is to say, okay, if you become a high performance organization, you're very good at creating high performance. Well, social value, as in those components I just showed you, are basically results, outcomes of an organization. And therefore, if I become high performing, I should be able to create more social value. And our study, initially this study we're talking about now, will have a theoretical contribution. It's a theoretical exercise where we combine the social value components with the high performance organizations framework. In the second stage of our research, which will be done later next month, we'll start it. We will empirically test those connections. So let's turn to briefly to the HPO framework. The HPO is defined as an organization that achieves financial and non-financial results that are exceedingly better than those of its peer group over a period of 5 years or more, by focusing in a disciplined way on what really matters to the organization. So I've researched this, and what I found based on initial study of almost 200 previous studies, looking at the characteristics, testing them in practice, eventually I found that there were 5 factors with 35 characteristics, which actually, if you improve those, if you strengthen those, then you will become a high performing organization and you will have better organizational results than your peer group. In the paper, the whole HPO framework and the factors and the characteristics are explained. I'll just now go briefly through the 5 factors which you see here. Management quality. What high performance organizations or HPOs have are very good managers who are very decisive, who will take quick action, who are very good in coaching their people to achieve extraordinary results, who are trusted by the people, who have high integrity, and who will also deal swiftly with non-performers. Second factor, the employee quality, is they're special people. These are people who want to get responsibility to achieve certain results, but also being held accountable for that. So they like feedback, they are diverse, they are flexible, and they develop them all the while themselves. The third factor, openness and action orientation, is the factor between management and employees, but also between the various parts of the organization. And what it says is that what is very important is dialogue, not so much communication. Communication is one way, but dialogue. People being informed about things, about what is going on, about the strategy, the direction of the organization, etc. And then they will have a discussion about this. And people will be involved in making decisions and giving information about on which to take those decisions. And they will also learn from each other a lot. And that helps with the fourth factor, which is continuous improvement and renewal. So HPOs are always looking at how can they improve, simplify and align their processes. How can they improve their performance management, their reporting? How can they improve their core skills and their core competencies? And eventually we get to the fifth factor, my favorite one, the long-term orientation. HPOs are not so much focused on shareholders, but they are focused on stakeholders. And stakeholders are everybody who gets into contact with the organization. Yes, those are shareholders, but it's also clients, it's also government, it's also cities, it's society. And everybody should get a good feeling about the organization. And in that case, it makes sense for the organization to continue as long as possible. So these are the 5 HPO factors, and like I said before, if you strengthen them, and especially the 35 characteristics underneath there, you will get better results. And I've also researched that over a period of those last 20 years, we have followed organizations who have used the HPO framework to strengthen themselves, and they report back a lot of non-financial results and non-financial advantages, benefits, which you see here on the left of the slide, and you can read all through them. And I especially like the renewed spirit amongst employees. Employees will become more proud of the organization, and they will get a spring in their step. They're happy to work there, and yes, it will result also in financial performance and financial benefits. As a management of HPO, you don't manage on the financials, you manage on the non-financials, and then automatically you get these financials, which you see is a lot of for profit, but the last bullet point there is also for non-profit and government, doing more with higher quality for the same or less budget. Now, so how did we now combine these two? Well, first what we did is we broke down the social value in its components. I showed you the 5 components, and we said, okay, let's look at each of those components: environmental, and where we included now net zero carbon; social and governance, which is ESG; corporate social responsibility, CSR; and equality, diversity, inclusivity. Then what we'll do, we'll construct an impact matrix where we said, okay, we have those 5 components of social value, and then on the vertical we'll put down the 35 characteristics of the HPO framework, and then we'll see which of those social value components will be impacted by the HPO characteristic. And so we get quite a huge matrix, of course, because we have 5 rows here and we have 35 lines here. And I'll just show you one part of the matrix. And on this slide, what we did here, we looked here at the 35 characteristics, which you see in the first column, and then to the left you see some of the factors of social value. Not everything, because it didn't fit in the slide, but you see ESG, for instance, CSR and EDI. And where we said, okay, the HPO characteristics has a positive effect on the social value component, we put an X in there. So, for instance, if you look at the very first characteristics, under continuous improvement and renewal, it says the organization has adopted a strategy that sets it clearly apart from other organizations. If you do that, you're quite unique and people will come to you. And you see, we said that will have a positive effect on ESG, CSR, and EDI. If and then the premises is that in your strategy you have specific parts which will address how you as an organization will deal with ESG, how you will foster CSR, how you will improve EDI. Yeah, so the fact that you have to be unique means that you really have to incorporate it not as a for show or something and because law says it, but because you want to really improve these social value components. And in that way, you can go through the whole matrix. If you look at 2, 3, and 4, for instance, that's about the continuously improving, simplifying processes. Yes, you're continuously always looking at how can these processes help, for instance, reduce the carbon, the carbon outlet which we have. How can our processes make sure that everybody is equally treated, like in EDI, equally treated in our company? How can our recruitment process, for instance, make sure that we get a diverse workforce? So this way you work through the whole matrix. And then you take a step back and you said in the conclusion, well, as you already saw here, in the previous slide, there were a lot of X's already. And the research results and the paper, you see the complete matrix, and you see a lot of X's, so there are many links between social value creation and HPO framework. What that means is that theoretically at least, becoming an HPO will have therefore a positive effect, an enormous positive effect on the various components of social value. And with HPO, you are fostering, you're strengthening those capabilities, those 35 capabilities actually, and these will help you create social value. Whether this in practice is actually true, we will evaluate in a follow-up study at 2 multinational enterprises, and of course those will be Leidos and KLM. I'm happy to tell you that already another 3 multinationals have agreed to participate, so we'll get a lot of information. And what we will do, we will conduct roundtable discussions with people from those companies who are actually busy with social value creation. And we will ask them how they in practice, if you go back to the matrix and you see an X, how they address that X in reality. How do they actually, for instance, if they're improving the processes to make sure that there is equality in the organization, what do they actually do? And how does a process like that looks like? And in that way, we know that if we have examples for all the X's that yes, they're being validated, at least at these multinationals, that they actually can work, and that there are interventions which you can do. And when we turn it around, if you have more and more multinationals, we could say to the multinationals who are not so busy yet with social value creation, like, okay, these are the things you can do, become an HPO, and then you kind of automatically will also increase your social value creation. So that is also what we'll also be doing it, because you always have to look at the limitations of your research. Well, the main limitation of this theoretical paper is, of course, that we made the matrix and there were 3 of us. And although we might be smart people, there are only 3 smart people. And so we'll also put the matrix in front of those participants at the round table, so we'll get more and more input if they agree with this. So that is my presentation. I thank you also on behalf of Mrs. Patel and Mr. De Jong. And if there is any questions, I love to hear them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the
How are you? It's Dr. Dora Tahir. I will write your job. I work in Veronica decided to die as semiotics.
Thank you, Sir Andrew, for the wonderful presentation. And you want to add something?
No, I thank everybody for their attention. I hope they enjoyed the presentation. Thank you.
Okay, if anybody have any questions, any recommendations or suggestions, please put on the chat box. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the wonderful presentation.
You're welcome.
Yeah, we are so glad to have you here. Okay, let's move on to the next. Now let's welcome our next presenter, Doa Al Dihaya Mavi, English Department, Islamic University of Nazaf, Iraq. And her topic is Paulo Coelho's Veronica Decides to Die, Semiotic Study. You may read her abstract from here. Let's see what she wants to share with us.
Hi there, how are you? It is Dr. Dua Tahir from Iraq, Najaf. I work in Cafe University and Islamic University as well. My paper is about Paulo Coelho, Veronica Decided to Die, a semiotic study. Okay, Paulo is one of the best-selling author nowadays. Okay, he was born in 24 August 1947. In Brazil, and he's considered one of the most Brazilian and world novelists nowadays. He's well known for his novel Alchemist, which has been translated for more than 80 languages, and he has other 28 more novels. So I'm going to use Paulo. Veronica Decided to Die, which is one of his novels, best-known novels, and also it is autobiography, to study it according to semiotic point of view. We're going to know something, okay, simple about semiotic. Semiotic is the study of sign, okay, and this, okay, and our life is actually a collection of signs. For example, smoke is a sign of fire. The traffic light, okay, red is a sign for stop, and green is a sign for go, yellow for wait. Also, for example, Christian cross is a sign for Christianity. A rose is a sign of love, and so on. Okay, actually, the scope of semiotics is a study of any sign, both whether this sign are in a human language or animal communication. This is according to Morris, who included the animal, or what we call zoology, or zoosemiotics. Peirce, okay, Charles Sanders Peirce, okay, the philosopher and the semiotician that I'm depending on his theory in this paper, he believed that semiotics is only concerned, okay, with the study of human or man sign. That's it. So according to him, he divided sign according to certain structure that we are going to know about in a minute. Okay, Peirce, or what his full name is, Charles Sanders Peirce, is the father of modern semiotics. Peirce was recognized as one of the greatest figures in history of semiotics, and he's the founder of the founder of modern theory of sign. He represents the the American view about semiotics, and during his lifetime, he was not that. No one has noticed him, but after that, okay, because of his great contribution for many signs, he is now well known. In brief, his theory of signs can be divided into three categories: icon, index, and symbol. Icon, when the relationship between the sign and the object is direct. For example, a picture of a person is a direct link for that person. For example, here we have a picture for Zaha Hadid, okay? and so it is a direct link for that person. Okay, for it is an identification for that person. Index, where the relationship between the sign and the object is a cause and effect relationship. What does that mean? For example, the smoke, okay, is the cause of a fire. So this is a cause and effect relationship. Also the flags, okay, all the flags, okay, of the nations, okay, has certain codes where we select this color. Okay, for example, in Iraq, we select red, white, okay, and a writing of Allahu Akbar in the middle in green, and also we have the black, okay, and we have certain reason why this color actually. Red, okay, for blood, and white for purity, black because Iraq is well known of at that time of great farms, okay, there. So in during dust time, okay, you see it is just the black, okay, the blackness, or because of there is a lot of trees actually. And Allahu Akbar has been put in, okay, later on as indication because Islam is the first religion in Iraq. And also for the rest of the countries, okay, that I put their flag, okay, there is certain reason why they select certain colors or certain okay, login or symbol in their flags. And the last, okay, indication of sign or category is symbol. Okay, symbol, okay, when the relationship between the sign and the object is a random. And this is indication for all the letters and numbers in any language. For example, 8, the number 8 in English, okay, it is random why they select this symbol or this, okay, shape for this letter, sorry, for this number, okay, because there's nothing special in this number, okay, that we make us right in this, okay, way or in this shape. But okay, the thing that's the condition, okay, that the symbol should be well known, okay, that's all the world that know about this symbol. For example, so everyone agree that this shape is for 8, okay, no one can use it and say no, it is for 7, okay, this is not acceptable. Another sign that is can be considered as a symbol is also a rose, okay, which is well known for all countries. It is a sign for love, red rose, okay. There are also other sign, for example, religious sign, okay, and just like Christian cross, okay, or the star for for Israel, okay, or a sign for Jewish. Okay, first here I'm going to compare between two of the most pioneer semiotician, Charles Sanders Peirce and Ferdinand de Saussure. Peirce represent the American view, okay, and de Saussure represent the European view. Peirce theory is, as I mentioned, is a three-dimension icon, index, and symbol. While this his theory is dialectic, okay, which is two-dimension, signified and signifier. Signified is the object, and the signifier is the word that represents that object. Finally, we are going to apply Peirce's semiotic theory on Paolo Veronica decided to die. First category I'm speaking about is love, okay, has been represented, okay, by different characters. First, Veronica, she's the heroine, okay, of our novel. She decided to commit suicide at the beginning of the first page, okay, and 11 November 1997. And she gave, okay, that she's not committing suicide because of lack of love, because of any heartbreak, because of family problem, because of financial issues. So she's just justifying her reason. However, she think, okay, that her parents were a loved people because they provide her with love her entire life. But hidden meaning is that they did not love her in a correct way because they were selfish. Okay, she was as a child enjoying playing piano, but with the passage of time, and she would like to continue in this path. But they forced her to be a lawyer, okay, because it is more practical choice. They did not care about Veronica's happiness or what made her happy. and that's what's it at the end. Okay, she feel depressed, and she's not happy with her career and with her life, and decided to commit suicide. So their love is a symbol for selfish love. Second, we have the statue of the poet stare fixedly at something. Prison, gaze for all eternity on his impossible love. In Slovenia, they have, this is a great poet. He is an icon for love. Brizrin was in love with a girl, and he cannot marry her in his lifetime. So there is a statue of him in one of the square that he was gazing on his beloved forever. And this is because his beloved was, painted in a building, in the front of the statue. So he is going to gaze on her for all eternity. So their love is a symbolic love, an icon for that even after death, that love can continue. Even if you're not going to marry the person that you love, your love is going to continue. Then we have Zedga, one of the characters, had fallen most hopelessly in love in her youth. Zedga was in love with a person. He was in America. She traveled to be with him. He was not that good guy. So at the end, he felt bored from her. She returned back to her country. She get married and have kids. But all of a sudden, she realized that maybe she does not fight for her first love, and she decided to give up on her family to be with that person again. She, sold all her gold to buy a ticket to travel to America to look for that person again. And until someone told her that America is so huge to be, to look for a person without having an address for that person. So she felt depressed, because she sacrificed her family and her love and her marriage, for that person. It is a symbolic for selfish and, or we can say, impossible love. That could lead a person to destroy himself, because she ended up in a mental hospital because of that love. And fourth, we have the love story between Veronica and Edward. Edward is a young man who was schizophrenia in the mental hospital. At the end, I have only known you a week ago, so it would be far too early for me to tell you that I love you. But since I probably will not live through the night, it would also be too late. When she committed suicide, Veronica did not die. The point is that the doctor ended up in the mental hospital because her body was so weak, so the doctors told her that she has only a few days to live. So during these few days, the irony, she fall in love with a person and she want to live, her life for the fullest. So their love, is a symbol for pure love, because fix their problem. Now Veronica, she loved to live. She would like to live her life to the fullest. And Edward, he feel more natural, more himself. So their love, as I mentioned, is a symbol for pure, powerful love that's going to fix you and heal you. Finally, we have Edward family, in page 173. When they told him, if you really love us, do as I ask. If you don't love us, then carry on as you are now. Edward was passionate about painting, and he would like to be a painter, but his family would like him to be just like his father, a diplomatic or a senate, or to be more practical. So he followed his father's advice, but then he ended up in a mental hospital because his family or his parents were so selfish. So their love is a sign, again, for selfish love. Pictures were also a sign, as we mentioned. First, church and and look at those images that never meant anything to me. Veronica, after she discovered that she has only a few hours to live, she run away from the hospital to spend these hours outside. And she, as a person who doesn't believe in God at the first page when she committed suicide, now the irony, she spent the rest of her hours in this life in the church, which is so the painting here, this image here, is an iconic symbol for Christian belief. Second, pictures or painting has been mentioned when Edward, his family threatened him, or they told him to select between them and the painting, as career for him. He looked around him. He saw his painting. Here he was looking for his painting and all the enjoyable time that he spent while he was painting, and he was feeling that he's between selecting his joy, his passion in painting, and his in this case he's going to be the cause of his mother grief and sadness. So at the end, he destroyed this painting, which is an indexical sign that he is destroying his dream for his family's sake. The novel actually rich with other symbolic, just like, music has been mentioned a lot, with different indication, the moon, the mental hospital, the flowers, the window, but because, the time, I'm going to end it for here, for this point. Thank you very much for listening, and have a great day.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for sharing the wonderful presentation. You want to add something? Would you like to add?
No, thank you. That's enough. That's enough. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for the wonderful presentation.
You're welcome.
Okay, let's move on to the conference. Now let's welcome our next presenter, Jen Cheng Wang, Graduate Institute of Human Resource Management, National Changhua University of Education, Changhua, Taiwan. And his topic is the relationship between e-learning modes and job performance, training satisfaction as a mediator. You may read his abstract from here. Now let's see what he wants to add.
Greetings, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. I'm Renzheng Wang, a master's student from National Changhua University of Education in Taiwan, and my major is Human Resource Management. Today, I'm going to present the article subject, the relationship between e-learning mods and job performance, training satisfaction as a mediator. This survey was used to evaluate effectiveness of an e-learning program provided by a professional training firm for HR professionals in Taiwan. The training program included 1-month online synchronous lectures and asynchronous learning with recorded videos and homework. This survey examined the effect of distance training on job performance through training learning satisfaction. This is my research framework, including 2 types of e-learning mods, training satisfaction and job performance. Training satisfaction as a mediator. Research hypothesis. Hypothesis 1. There's an interactive effect of attitudes toward synchronous learning mode and asynchronous learning mode on training satisfaction. Hypothesis 2. Training satisfaction is positively related to job performance. Hypothesis 3. Training satisfaction mediates the interactive effect of attitudes towards synchronous learning mode and asynchronous training mode on job performance. Next, method. The research data were collected from 8 participants who had completed a 1-month online training program on human resource information system provided by a consulting firm. Trainees were asked to provide data on attitude toward e-learning modes and training satisfaction. In addition, trainees' supervisors provide data on their job performance. For the method measures, we use 5-point Likert scale. From article of Root 2005, there are 6 dimensions between synchronous tutorials and asynchronous video cassettes. First, location of tutorial. Second, time of tutorial. Third, accessibility of materials. Fourth, interaction tutor during the tutorial. Fifth, interaction with other students during the tutorial. Sixth, cost of technology. The questionnaire item examples like I can freely choose the time that taking online courses. I can communicate with tutor during the class. Questionnaires items of training satisfaction, including this program provided the training content that I need for my job. This program was helpful to conduct certain tasks I'm doing right now. I was satisfied with the following content areas. Questionnaires items of job performance, including self-evaluation questionnaires. I take the opportunities I have to practice the new skills. I make fewer mistakes at work. I can do my work faster. Patriotic evaluation. The employees takes the opportunity she or he has to practice the new skills. The employees make fewer mistakes at work. The employees can do her or his work faster. Here are the results of our research. 4 years average of work experience. Average age are 27 years old. The average point of synchronous times asynchronous is 19.66. Training satisfaction is 4.65. And job performance is 4.17. And the red ones are the trainees that supervisors provide data on their job performance. As you can see in the job performance comparison, hetero evaluation are higher than self-evaluation, give us a credibility of the points. The results show that training satisfaction was determined jointly by their attitudes toward synchronous learning mode and asynchronous learning mode. In addition, learning satisfaction led to the job performance. More specifically, the interaction effect of attitude toward synchronous learning mode and asynchronous learning mode on job performance was partly mediated by training satisfaction. Last, managerial implications. This study suggests that training's attitude toward synchronous learning mode and asynchronous learning mode are crucial to training effectiveness. In other words, training satisfaction as well as job performance. Therefore, it is necessary for decision makers to carefully evaluate each trainee's perceptions of time management, ease the access to learning materials, and quality of virtual interactions with lecturers and classmates before delivering e-learning programs. And these are my references. And that's all of my presentation. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Jayanchang Wang, for the lovely presentation. You want to add something? Would you like to add?
I want to ask about my attraction before because I saw that the content is quite different from I sent to you on the.
Okay, we apologize for that.
Oh, okay. And
Thank you.
not other else. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you. Okay, now let's move on to the next. Now let's welcome our next presenter, Shifu Wadati Nezar, Center for Preparatory Studies, Sultan Qaboos University, Muscat, Oman. And his topic is EFL students' attitude towards electronic feedback on their writing assignments during COVID-19 pandemic. You may read his abstract from here. Let's see what he wants to share with us.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Shapur Bahtati Nejad. I'm a PhD holder in English, and at the moment I'm working at Sultan Qaboos University in Muscat, Oman. My research is about EFL students' attitude toward electronic feedback on their writing assignments during COVID-19 pandemic. Because of the pandemic, most of the classes were online and all the feedback which was given to the students was online. Therefore, I wanted to know their attitude toward their feedback that they receive. Today I'm going to have an introduction, then literature review, then methodology, and finally findings and conclusion. Regarding the introduction, as an English teacher, I believe that the most important productive skill is writing for the students. You know, when we have two kinds of productive skill. We have speaking and writing. When it comes to speaking, students have the chance to think, revise themselves, correct themselves, and think about it. But when it comes to writing, most of the time, they're even afraid of making mistakes because they have to think about so many things, such as spelling, grammar, and other aspects of the language. This makes this skill the most challenging skill for a lot of students because they have to combine all the information that they have about the language in order to construct a correct sentence. So that makes it really challenging for them. On the other hand, once a student wants to enter university or in the realm of academia, when they want to develop, they need English first of all, because most of their resources are in English. Besides, if they want to produce any kind of languages, or if they want to do any kind of assignments or research, they need a very good command of writing. So this makes it again necessary for them. This necessity can put students under a lot of pressure. So Let's see what happens when when a teacher receives a writing from the students. In the review of literature, there are two groups of teachers. One group is for, and the other one is against giving feedback to the students. Many studies overwhelmingly highlight that providing students with feedback on their writing leads them to write better. There are several studies. On the other hand, there are other studies indicating that writing has no value and it has no efficiency on the students' accuracy. But as you can see, there are studies like Graham in 2018, Graham et al. 2015, Hattie and Timberley in 2007. All of them highlighted that their findings prove that writing feedback has a positive effect on the students to become better writers. Besides, meta-analytic reviews clearly indicate that providing students with feedback leads to improved academic performance in general. And the reviews focusing solely on writing tell the same story, such as Graham et al. In 2012 and 2015. So all these studies are indicating that feedback has positive effect on students' accuracy and their academic performance. Arad, Winkler, Arnolf, and Restek in 2014 mentioned that prioritized writing corrective feedback and selective way of guiding and help students master and correct their mistakes. So students by themselves, they master the language and correct their mistakes. On the other hand, provision of feedback on a student's writing is regarded as an important pedagogical practice for teachers to improve their students' writing and language accuracy. So when we put all these things together, we realize that some studies have proved that there is a positive effect on students' accuracy after giving feedback to them. And besides, teachers are thinking and having this attitude that they are improving students' accuracy by giving feedback to them. There is one more study that Kolonsky and Onzils in 2012, they ran a very comprehensive study with a very large group of students. And they stated that the students believe that in order to improve their writing skill, it is necessary to receive teachers' feedback on their written work. Besides, students also believe that feedback seems extremely critical to overcome their writing difficulties and potential pitfalls they encounter in the future writing activities. So all these studies are for giving feedback to the students, and they have positive attitude toward giving the feedback to the students and wanting the students to improve their accuracy in language learning, specifically in writing. Excluding what all I have mentioned, here we have the review of literature of those that they are against writing feedback. This trend started in 1996 when Truscott, for the first time, he mentioned that there is no, of course, his studies, his findings was based on research studies. He was against the positive effect of written feedback on improving writing accuracy of L2 learners. It was an astonishing paper in 1996. Since then, a lot of teachers, a lot of researchers have followed his way to find out whether he was right or wrong, such as Gad, Keliver, Langberg, et al. In 2016. They argued that writing corrective feedback research to date has not convincingly proved that error correction helps students to improve the accuracy of their writing. Furthermore, They suggested that the process of error correction is harmful since it diverts energy and time from the more productive aspect of language, of writing. Chandler in 2003 and Lee in 2008 claimed that, from the student's point of view, students do not always understand the writing corrective feedback provided and fail to remember the meaning of the feedback when making revisions. Crossway 2017 used a longitudinal corpus to track students' errors over a semester of instruction in English for academic purposes, with numerous opportunities for writing corrective feedback in various forms, yet found no longitudinal reduction in the frequency or type of errors made despite the teacher's best efforts. So, having all these concepts in my mind, I wanted to know students' attitudes toward writing feedback. In order to find out students' perception, understanding, and attitude towards teachers' feedback, specifically electronic feedback due to COVID-19 pandemic, then I prepared a questionnaire. This questionnaire comprised 11 close-ended questions related to EFL learners' perception, understanding, and attitude toward teachers' electronic feedback, and was distributed among 40 students. These 40 students were Level 4 Sciences Foundation students who were studying at Sultan Qaboos University Foundation level at that moment. The students were asked to opt for strongly agree, disagree, or strongly disagree, like you're scared, to find out their perception and attitude toward feedback. I intentionally divided these 11 questions in 3 different categories. The first category I called it as their desire. I wanted to know that do they want to have electronic feedback or not? So the first question was, I would like my writing to be given feedback electronically. As you can see, 75% of the students said that they want to receive their feedback electronically, while only 25% said no, they disagreed or strongly disagreed. The second question was whether they would like their electronic writing feedback to be emailed to them or not. And astonishingly, 90% of them said yes, they would like to receive it. And only 10% they said they don't like to receive their writing feedback as an email. So this was their desire. The second part of the questionnaire, I had in my mind to see if students believe that writing feedback helps them to improve their language and their accuracy or not. So, question number 3, students think that electronic feedback allows them to understand their language problem better. So as you can see, 77.5% of the students believe that this can help them to understand their language problems better. Next question was, they think that electronic feedback is more accurate. But as you can see, 57.5% of the students believe that it's accurate, while 42.5% they believe that it's not more accurate than the teacher in person giving feedback, like pen and paper feedback. Next question was that students think electronic feedback highlights the problem more analytically and details, But this question shows that only 48.5% of the students believe that, while 52.5% of them, they don't believe that it is more analytical and more detailed. So it is almost 50% for both pen and paper or electronic feedback. The next question was that students think that the teacher needs to explain the problem after giving electronic feedback. This was a very interesting one because only 17% of them said that they require more explanation after the feedback, and the rest of the students believe that the feedback is accurate and they don't need more explanation. The next question was that to find out whether they think electronic feedback can improve their English in general or not. And as you can see, almost 90% of the students believe that electronic feedback can improve their language in general. What do I mean by in general? I mean not only in grammatical competence, in other aspects as well, such as spelling or other aspects. And the last question regarding their accuracy was to find out whether they think electronic feedback can improve their grammar or not. 90% of them, they said yes. They believe that electronic feedback can improve their grammar. The third category of the questions in the questionnaire was focusing on the students' attitude towards feedback in general. So to find out whether they think electronic feedback makes them more confident when they see that they have fewer and fewer errors. And 67.5% of the students, they said yes, they believed they feel more confident. The next question was to find out if they think electronic feedback makes them more determined to work harder, and almost 90% of the students, they said yes, it helps them to feel determined to work harder in order to have fewer errors in their next writings. And the last question was to find out if they think electronic feedback is more interactive and fun, because nowadays students want to have fun in their classes. All of them have their gadgets in their hands, mobile, iPad, or a laptop in the classes, so they would like to have more fun in the classes. So as you can see, 97.5% of them said that yes, electronic feedback is more fun than the paper and pen feedback. So all in all, I just mentioned that. For the conclusion, as I have been teaching for more than 30 years, I believe that corrective feedback, either electronic or pen or paper, is effective and EFL learners can benefit from it. Let's imagine there is no proof and there is no efficiency of the writing feedback on students' writing. Still, regardless of efficacy of feedback or electronic feedback, as far as students are concerned, learners mentally believe that it is fruitful and can assist them through their learning process. Therefore, it must be taken seriously in EFL classes. I personally believe that because students mentally believe that corrective feedback is helpful for them, they must be given feedback. This can help them improve their grammatical competence, and it can improve other aspects of their language as well. Thank you very much for your time, and thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the wonderful presentation. Thank you for sharing the wonderful information with us. We are so glad to have you.
Thank you so much. I'm
One-
very happy to be here.
Would you like to add something?
No, I said whatever I wanted to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay, so that's the end of our conference. Just a minute. With great pleasure and enthusiasm, I would like to conclude that conference was a great success. Many people have contributed in different ways to turn this event into a smoothly running conference with very interesting presentations. This conference has resulted in good discussions and networking. I owe my gratitude to all the presenters and patient listeners, to the coordinators and the whole staff of Eurasia Research for their constant support. I would like to thank all the universities and institutes who have sponsored our participants and people who have directly or indirectly contributed in the smooth conduct of this conference. I would like to thank each and everyone who have joined this conference and put so much efforts to make this a positive conference for everyone. Hope to see you again. Thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
Thank you.